I'm not here to sell you popular opinions, rather facts from observations. This video contains a brief history of Left 4 Dead's development, as well as its gameplay and balance, questioning a lot of the choices of Valve behind the game, progenitors of their decisions, pinpointing problems of the game, introducing an alternative, as well as many factors that can help conceptualize the rising and recently popular idea of a game being a boring, uninspired, repetitive and empty walking simulator, and why it is the case based on the core reasons behind the game's development and community interactions with it that led to this result, all gradually revealing themselves throughout the entirety of the video that I don't expect an average Left 4 Dead player to actually watch, which, in favor, would only solidify points made in this particular informative video. Left 4 Dead was released in 2008. It is suggested that it was originally developed by a set of homeless people, bums essentially, basing character designs on how its development team looked before they got acquired by Valve. When they did get sheltered by Valve, character designs notably changed by people who had places to live at, and actually pretended to have a job. But copying someone else's maps, skins and content for their other game for the last 15 years. All complemented by free vacations to Hawaii for them and their families, giving them sudden realizations that they don't actually have to work and can milk the same games for decades by making its community work for peanuts. Because other developers are paying for Valve playing strip twisters the entire day at their offices. At that time, Valve appeared to be pretty desperate for someone new in their writing department, and realized that the best cost-efficient, cheapest way would be to pick off somebody from kindergarten who never even had an education. And that they did. They hired a writer who never even finished high school. Two writers, which is not a big deal because such education standards are known to make up for a pretty substantial amount of population of United States. The second writer would be someone looking like J.G. Vance, but if they work from a less rich family. Both the Left 4 Dead writer and J.G. Vance have a lot of similarities, as both are politically driven YouTubers making YouTube videos about recent politics. Chet was severely traumatized by Donald Trump winning the election, so now the green flu virus from Left 4 Dead apparently came from Greenland.
And then also, if you want to see about the source of the virus, well, again, I don't attribute it to an individual. I talk about it a few videos back, the video about Greenland. Oddly enough, the green flu. Yes. You may be able to already be drawing some conclusions in that little head of yours.
And it's probably a result of United States president invading the land, drilling through the ice, or climate change.
Okay, this video is for all the Left 4 Dead fans that keep commenting on every single video I post saying, "Where's Nick? We need Nick. Where's Nick?" Look, my husband's name is Tamor. He played a character in a video game years ago before we were even married. I can't just bring this character out to life for you. I don't know what you guys want from me.
If there'd actually been anything past that, they would know that Nick would never commit domestic violence, and I don't find domestic violence very funny at all. And I find this video pretty offensive, not just for the domestic violence as a punchline to a joke, but also to the idea that Nick is so one-dimensional. In video game characters, there's no depth to them, where Nick, I think, brings a lot of depth to him. While he has swindled and conned people, he also has a caring and a love for those people around him that are in his life, and protects them and fights for them, even as he good-naturedly jokes around with them and comments on them. So someone asked what I thought of this video, and I find this offensive as hell. Let's do round 2 on this, because people seem to be missing the point, and they're mad that I'm calling this domestic violence, because this is what it is. Now,
be clear, like, writing is a thing that you often, and creating characters, a thing that you often don't really understand or even notice until you see something as an aberration of that character in your surprise, right? Remember somebody saying, in my current game, Anacrusis, Lance should tease somebody. No, Lance is a super rich guy. He doesn't understand teasing. He doesn't understand that power dynamic. And in Nick's case, Nick, this isn't who he is to strike a woman. And now, they could have made the joke that she's turning into a zombie. Then he hits her, do the frying pan sound, winner, right? That's in who he is. But instead, she's complaining that he is getting more attention. And so she's already saying his power dynamic is that he's in power and that he's more popular than her, and she's complaining. And so he's taking her complaint and saying, "Shut up, woman," and then hitting her. That's the joke. That's the joke. Now, that to me isn't funny. That to me is a weak character. That to me is Nick, not a dominant character who's in charge of a situation, who's staying above and making plays and thinking it through and actually scamming people. That's just a wife-beater wearing loser drinking Miller Lite and thinking he's a tough guy. And that's not who Nick is. And so that's why I say that just doesn't fit the Nick character, nor is it funny. And what it is domestic violence. And we are so immune to the idea of that. But look, go back and look. She's not turning into a zombie. If she's turning into a zombie, that's a funny gag. If a zombie's coming up behind her, that's a funny gag. But when you write characters and you create a world, like, we would, man, again, I don't think people realize how much, like when you're a writer, when people argue about the minutia and this little small...
Oh, I'm glad I can't tweet, because I could never fit today in 140 characters.
Fire coming!
Both Erik and Chet were essentially random kids with no game development work experience. The only thing they've done before getting hired to Valve was trying to please their parents by writing humor for old people, articles trying their best to create random, trying to be funny punchlines that no one except their parents, pets, apartment cockroaches actually appreciated. Perhaps with the exception of Gabe Newell, the CEO of Valve, but even then, only during breaks when he was under the effects of having nothing better to do. Oldman Murray was critical of games that received positive reviews elsewhere. The Wikipedia page says, well, let's actually take a look at the website. Here he talks about how games get hyped. Some games get overhyped. Revolutionary games are not built by guys looking to build revolutionary games. They are made by guys looking to make fun games. And that Daikatana is just stink. Chet sure loves to talk. Only 20 years later, talking got him so far to produce something much worse than the majority of the games he criticized. A college student Left 4 Dead wannabe project, ignoring everything that made Left 4 Dead good, and made shooters that inspired it satisfying. This is by far one of the worst shooters I've ever played. That is somehow even worse than Halo. This game also had investors. It is presumed that investors told Chet to sell the game for $1, for him to rub it off as his ultimate plan to make a game for himself and his personal bootlicking Discord channel, aka make it a financial failure. All intentional. Right. That's some serious scope right there. He was also tangled into a recent drama of not supporting Save Games bandwagon.
Oh my God, you're probably picking up so many crumbs out of the carpet as you're foaming at the mouth. So yeah, sometimes I make videos for myself. Y'all, I don't really care. Second of all, no, I don't really respect Ross or his position, and so.
Which makes sense, considering Chet has far more game development experience by writing lines for characters in a hotel, pulling an all-nighter.
Some of Left 4 Dead, which I think people will say was good, some of the bad stuff that I think could have been better was written the night before in a hotel room drinking. Black accounts, they're like, "Hey, I'm a rapper. You can't say something about me and me being like this. I'm just dropping the N-word because that's who I am." I'm like, no, you're some white kid from Cleveland and you're just being an idiot, right?
No amount of talking, false advertisement about the ideas that never came into fruition, I will touch upon later in the video, ever helped the game gain attention. Playing his game, we only lasted for 3 episodes, and as everyone I played with said, the game was miserable to play. No one would think that the game is fun, because Anacrusis is just extremely terrible. And Flasher as a special enemy will always be fundamentally flawed.
Spawner! That's a flasher! Flasher!
It is an enemy that you are forced to look at, prioritize, and actually kill.
Get the flasher! Flasher! Got it!
Thank you.
The excuse that Chet made is that there are flashbangs in Counter-Strike. Why is that a problem? Well, it's not the same comparison. In Counter-Strike, you are not forced to look at the flashbang. You're encouraged to face away from both in a video game space and real life, when the screen turns white.
Flashbang!
Here you're forced to irritate your eyes and look at the enemy who flashes you, trying to find where he is. It is a fundamentally flawed design that does not belong in a game unless done far more creatively than this.
Our luck is changing.
Speaking about fundamentally flawed, Anacrusis has a fair share of questionable decisions. The game has meta compilers that serve as upgrade stations of sorts.
Come on, what's in ya?
They are randomly scattered around a map and help you upgrade your weapon or push ability.
Come on.
Problem is, after some updates, if you can call them that, they've introduced a new difficulty called Intenser, which is a really dumb difficulty that is too difficult, unfun to play, and punishing, if you're using meta compilers. Our game designer at work.
Ow!
I like how you use shotgun once, instantly reload.
Get the flasher! Get good! Careful, flasher! Grab her! Help! I'm grabbed! Good! I have no idea where to go. Turret! I get lost in these places, even without it. I'm down. Well done.
Compiler!
Spawner!
That thing is shooting! Get some help! I'm down! Need help!
Turret! Go! 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 Out for the goo! Me!
But that's bad. That's quite bad.
That was balanced.
Spawner!
Spawner.
I mean, this is definitely doable with
Bring them
3
back.
players.
Wait,
So much damage.
there is another horde.
Help!
Oh.
I'm down! Cooper!
It's still dumb. Oh yeah, going back to phone might be an idea, but I don't think it's gonna work.
I hear a spawner. Shoot the turret!
Quick!
Watch out for the turret! Me!
Like, it just spams enemies actually, like, to the point that I have 8 FPS.
You're taking so much damage for no reason. That's crazy.
And all that for...
A bad buff.
yeah. Oh, there is another horde. It's not another horde.
Excuse me.
Turrets!
What does the Chet actually expect us to do? Does he expect us to get much further in the level so we get good weapons and come back for the meta compiler or what? Like, what's the thinking behind on this?
So yeah, talking about how much of a big developer you are is one thing, and actually balancing a game is a whole different matter. Essentially, using a meta compiler is punishing, and using them is an unnecessary risk, meaning players would naturally get discouraged from using them, considering they are usually not worth it. Oh look, another meta compiler.
Matter compiler!
Who is gonna use burst fire pistol? It's literally useless.
There's another meta compiler if you want it.
Amata Kompala.
In a new update, he added another difficulty on top of it, and moved the initial near-unplayable horde spam onto another difficulty called Ultra Violent, which is really just old intenser difficulty. Obviously, our Vasyan won't just give up with his whimsical Vasyanshina that easily. Players would avoid using meta compilers the entire campaign because it is simply not worth the risk, since most of the upgrades that it gives are useless and are random. We are only scratching a surface here, so the balancing in that game is all over the place. You'd think that after so much time Chet spent talking about his game, he'd know how to make his own game balanced. Well, not really. The awful implementation of meta compilers into the game is just one cornerstone of Chet not understanding game design, but yapping about it every day as if he knows it really well. This game feels like it's made by AI. You know, he is this clarified quote-unquote AI hater on his Blue Sky page. He bashes the AI, but he himself is like an AI that gives blurry or wrong answers confidently. Only a far more inferior version of that.
But that's okay. The first one was fun. But then it's but gear. It's about sad commercials. I don't know. Are they fighting with gears? Or the gears for the? I remember the second one being there's like a really racist character. I'm like, hey boss, let's get on with you. I remember a character like that, or I pretended to be that character. Sometimes I make up characters while I play games or watch movies if I get bored.
And here's how he reacts to criticism about his slop, where he is forced to contact it directly. Watch as he tries his best not to look upset.
I said it nicely, and then I will call a vote. Or you kick Chet.
That's a good idea. At least then you're not missing much.
Okay, apparently they know you. Ass, by the way.
Yeah, they're not on my friends list.
I'll go. Like, what a dick! Like, hey,
you're a towel.
You really you can't hurt me with those things, but man, you really just make me want to not. Yeah.
Yes, MP5, come to me.
I'll have to look up. Recently played with. Here we go. You have anyone in your play history? What are you talking about? I just played with somebody.
I don't think that updates until you close the game.
Oh, okay. I have 300 people on my block list already, so. Is he joining Newman?
Hold up.
Hey.
Like, what is the thought process though of like, hey, I'm gonna go play with this guy that I know. Yeah, your game fucking sucks.
Either way, anybody as random could have ended up getting hired to Valve.
One moment. You're navigating these test chambers faster than I can build them, so feel free to slow down and do whatever it is you do when you're not destroying this facility. This next test involves the Aperture Science Aerial Faithplate. It was part of an initiative to investigate how well test subjects could solve problems when they were catapulted into space. Results were highly informative. They could not. Good luck.
So my favorite snack at Valve used to be, there's a big tub of, it's like trail mix, dried fruit and nuts, but it's just kind of an open container. One time I got real sick, like stomach sick, and I kind of blame the trail mix because everybody's, you know, their sweaty, bathroomy sort of hands are all inside of it, and it's probably pretty crawling with bacteria. So I stopped eating that. I stopped eating any of the open hand sort of stuff. And my current favorite snack is this big pink cookie. But it's kind of a commitment to eating snacks because it's about 7,000 calories per cookie. So what I do is I'll take it and then I'll bring it back to my desk and eat like a litlittle bit at a time. It takes me about a week to eat one. So I try to get in and out of the snack room as fast as possible because there's a lady who stocks the snack room, and it seems like everybody has a pretty good relationship with her, except for me. Like, she won't make eye contact with me, she won't talk to me, and the couple times I've said something, she's unresponsive. Kind of, you're walking around maybe and you're a little bit depressed about what's going on, the game isn't going well, and I mean there's a giant bowl full of full-size Snickers. It's like the ultimate like Halloween score. I mean, it's awesome. I think everybody's excited by it. I mean, I'm definitely excited by it.
While Erik was focused entirely on Portal, writing a lot of dialogue and comedy for the game, Chet did extremely minimal writing for Left 4 Dead, and was essentially kept around as an errand boy for Valve, who is sent to different parts of the world for interviews where he acted extremely awkward.
Broken up to the first half's about starting, and the second half,
or to sell people VR headsets.
Let's pull together, me being uncomfortable on the stage, and you thinking you're watching a live episode of Black Mirror on narcissism. We can get through this together. So. And what brings me here today is we've also worked on and experimented with virtual reality for years.
Things I state were confirmed by Chet in one shape or form, just not in such a grotesque and direct manner. Speaking of ego, his experience at Valve severely inflated his ego, where he is being excessively bitter to people leaving comments under his own slop. Comments he doesn't agree with, telling people to get off their ass and start working, to reach the same heights that Valve did.
You can't have fun, you twat. You play games 12 hours a day and you're humorless. Recently, boy. Everybody knows who I just did when I did that. I know that. I know you all know who I'm talking about.
Only what he's forgetting, or perhaps wouldn't want to admit, is that he was hired to Valve based on luck, and not actual work experience, with his only work experience being crying about video games on his website.
Got a job swearing at people. Just try that. Yeah, I don't know.
At least he admitted that. He spent his initial career, quote-unquote, criticizing games, and now he's being super sensitive about an actually sloppy and weak game, bans and blocks people over it.
Block!
Just go ahead, block. Block everybody. Block me if you want. I don't care. But I posted about Blue Sky the other day. I was posting about Blue Sky. And there's all this like, oh, you just want an echo chamber. You block so many people. Yeah, I block people on here all the time. I block people on YouTube all the time. I block people on Blue Sky all the time.
But yeah, of course I block. And the only people mad about blocking are the little troll children.
When you're mistaking 1990s hiring practices with the current day world, there would be many discrepancies. This inflated ego situation is really just another analog to a Mil Pagliarulo situation at Bethesda, where he was hired to Bethesda simply because he came up to Todd Howard and became friends with him after writing a bunch of articles about their games. For him to then be this infamous permanent writer, writing for already established lore elements and not coming up with anything new that works. However, Chet did have an actual job, but finding what that job was would be very difficult, somewhere in his thousands of never-ending, unbearable tangent slop videos.
Oh man, come on. I used to work at McDonald's. McDonald's was my first job, so Chet, ex-McDonald's employee.
But again, cheap and cost-efficient practices, just like the sequel to Left 4 Dead 1, a rushed $50 Left 4 Dead 1 update that was released as a separate game because Valve wanted more money. It all worked out because of the monopoly that Valve established on Steam, and was indeed one of the most successful, lazy cash grabs in the gaming industry. That some players boycotted after its initial reveal, undermining how easy it is for emotional temptation to get a hold of your wallet. Making efforts of boycotting something that they would buy anyway, ultimately pointless. Making everybody close their eyes on it, because they eventually brought Left 4 Dead 1's campaigns into the game. But forgetting to actually add models of zombies from Left 4 Dead 1's campaigns. Or they were just too lazy. Making players wait for many years for the college dropout teenager last stand update to fix it for Valve, only for the development team behind that update to get a lot of hate for fixing the game against game-breaking glitches, or for breaking anime mods, because no one actually plays this game for its gameplay. They themselves admitted they wanted to make it an update, but decided to push it out as a separate game, as they promised more support for Left 4 Dead 1, making it an obsolete piece of software, thus confirming the concerns of the boycott group, as that very much so ended up happening. Even if Left 4 Dead 1 came out a year before Left 4 Dead 2, they still charged $50 for Left 4 Dead 2, which is just an update reskin version of Left 4 Dead 1 with maps that somehow look less detailed than No Mercy. Largely because of engine entity limit limitations and 5 campaigns that are either gimmicks or benchmarks. players who bought Left 4 Dead 1 had to buy Left 4 Dead 2 for $50, meaning they essentially got scammed by buying the first game and hoping for more support coming to Left 4 Dead 1. It's funny, because it contradicts what the boycott was standing for and doesn't change that it all could have been done in Left 4 Dead 1 without players having to pay $50 for what is just an update with gimmicky campaigns. This boycott would largely be useless anyway, because Valve were hedging on that path and changing your mind about a $50 Left 4 Dead 1 update sold as a separate game just because a company invited you to gain your trust is a hilarious stunt to fall for. Nonetheless, nobody cared. The argument about Valve adding Left 4 Dead 1's campaigns into Left 4 Dead 2 doesn't work that well, because first, Left 4 Dead 1 became an obsolete, redundant piece of software that players paid money for, trusting the promises that all of the content would be free, when all Left 4 Dead 1 ended up receiving is Crash Course, which was a hastily made campaign that was clearly made to make up for lies and Cashgrab, and the Sacrifice campaign. Long after the release of Left 4 Dead 2, but without the content of Left 4 Dead 2. If you ever wondered why Crash Course was such a boring and poor campaign, it's because of this exact reason. Valve felt the pressure by the Left 4 Dead 2 boycott group as they kept acknowledging them for a long time, and thus, by covering themselves with Crash Course update, they've decided to create the illusion that their promises remain unchanged, and they'll keep supporting Left 4 Dead 1 when that wasn't entirely true, and Crash Course felt like a mockery to people who trusted Valve with how low effort and rushed the campaign was. What Valve did being a scam is further solidified by how they completely made Left 4 Dead 1 redundant by adding its campaigns into the sequel without giving Left 4 Dead 1 players Left 4 Dead 2 for free. At least they gave them a discount, which sounds more like, "We're gonna take your money anyway." Left 4 Dead 1's support promises were a lie, while Left 4 Dead 2 was just a hastily made $50 update. It is an excuse of a game with gimmicky campaigns and very little content to it, at the time.
Looks like there's been a change of plans.
All of it could have easily been done in Left 4 Dead 1. As for the integrity of Left 4 Dead 1 and the game being a unique, separate version, it doesn't change the initial arguments. Left 4 Dead 1 could have been updated with all of the content for free as they've originally promised, but with a separate legacy game mode where Left 4 Dead 1's core identity would remain unchanged. The core identity of being an emptier game. This is what happens when you buy into corporate trust. There are still people who don't understand this history, thinking the whole idea of the boycott group was people complaining about the sequel purely because it's a sequel, or that they didn't want Left 4 Dead to turn into a conveyor like Call of Duty. Except this is a misinformation. It was people who paid for Left 4 Dead 1 trusting that content will be free and got scammed. Plain and simple. And it is indeed a very bad corporate scam, as it was a straight up lie, even if Valve tried their best to create an illusion that their promises stayed intact.
There goes repopulating the Earth.
That's the joke. That's the joke. Now, that to me isn't funny. That to me is a weak character. That to me is Nick, not a dominant character who's in charge of his situation, who's seeing above and making plays and thinking it through and actually scamming people.
Oh, and they've also made Xbox players buy Left 4 Dead campaigns for money. The quality of the so-called updates Left 4 Dead 1 received after that was tremendously low, and the amount of updates was minuscule, not adding any actual content. How's that crash course for you? Oh. Still, Valve's choices after Left 4 Dead 1 essentially made the first game outdated, unless you are following unreasonable elitism, or prefer the feel of the original, lack of jockey being an annoying, barely noticeable bullet sponge of a special enemy, less weapons, less content, but being able to look at your legs if you're into that, or again, unreasonable elitism, feeding yourself off of illusion of a darker atmosphere. Paired with toilet elevator jokes.
Oh, which one of you jackasses just beefed?
Oops, sorry.
The ones that Chet refers to as alcohol hangover writing you can often spot throughout the game. Chet would stay up in the hotel, drinking and writing stuff for Left 4 Dead.
They may have gotten the bad pass. I don't do that anymore. In fact, I can't drink at all anymore when I write now. It needs to be clear, because I'll just get lost otherwise.
We're still here!
Hey! There's still people on the roof!
I'm gonna get out of this piece of shit city if it kills me.
Sounds good. Let's grab some weapons and get the hell out of here.
There's a mall got turned into an evac station not too far from here. I bet that chopper's heading there.
I trust you. You look like a man who knows his donuts. Also, say hell.
Hey now, no need for cussing.
It's flying the hell away from the burning building we're standing the hell on. Let's follow its lead and get the hell out of here.
They had guns. They knew this was gonna get bad.
The writing in Left 4 Dead is carried by voice directors, voice actors, helping bring chemistry between the characters into life, as well as the artistry of Valve, helping sell characters to be more convincing. But the actual writing, the lines themselves, aren't much different or better than Anacrusis. Quite the same.
Okay, this is scary. We're all gonna stay together, right? Slasher!
Grabber! You're hitting me! Help! Grab! Let's! Behind you! Thanks.
This thing. Okay, this is okay. We're doing this. This would be a bad time for a brood or a slasher or a grabber or anything.
Scanner here.
Nessa, can you carry me?
One of you fellas want to carry the cute girl. Tonight's top story. Rochelle isn't gonna make it.
Hey, careful. No alien is wearing a suit this nice.
Did I hear a gooper?
Are you really gonna shoot the guy in a $3,000 suit? Now, come on.
Why don't we just leave a transponder here in case we need to come back?
That's a good idea.
Good thinking. But once you deploy them, they only last a few minutes.
Well, I tried. Technology has let me down again.
Oh,
This is what happens when you don't have good voice actors carrying your writing. The simplicity of writing in Left 4 Dead is not the problem. But writing in Left 4 Dead and Anacrusis has essentially nothing to say. It's all about a few gags and a few jokes.
Things like this never end well.
Hey, come on, cheer up. We're almost through.
Lewis.
We are unstoppable. That's right, we should call ourselves the Unstoppable. Nothing can stop us. Do you hear me? Nothing can stop us!
In Left 4 Dead, writing doesn't successfully evolve beyond being a bad comedy with low-rent, silly jokes. It doesn't innovate within cooperative play. It doesn't expand or advance beyond staying a narrow gimmick. So many years later in Anacrusis, Chet had the potential to do something different. Something that actually tries to expand and improve the writing. But instead, he tried to copy the exact same thing, but went backwards. He didn't leverage anything from early mistakes. And while the idea of putting gameplay first as a priority is the best way, neither games have good writing. When you produce something like that of an immensely low quality and give people writing lessons, no one will take you seriously, and no one did. He says he makes those videos for quote-unquote himself. That's a very insecure way of putting it, because he's posting videos on an open platform. But that doesn't mean Yes, it does. That's just a defense mechanism. Saying that they are making videos for themselves is a very typical thing for a kid to say. There is a lot of such defense mechanisms. A lot of criticisms that are being made for Anacrusis are just being played off with whatever comes to mind, and if there is anything quote-unquote harsh,
block!
He'll block you like a little baby. But thanks for your $10, I guess. Sucks that it probably doesn't cover all the time of game school graduates realizing this is what their loan payments are for it took to make this game. Chet admitted that it was not financially successful, but not because the game was bad, no, that would be too self-critical. Let's see what Chet himself says about the game's failure. The problems we faced were twofold. The Steam audience in particular did not care and was mistaking our bespoke art for a Unity asset flip. The other major impact was that Game Pass absolutely decimated our Steam sales. Our number one reason for returns on Steam was, didn't know I had it on Game Pass. People moved on to sampling it, instead of buying it for the long term. Whatever makes you sleep better at night, Chet. I think his explanation of why the game failed is self-explanatory. He can't even admit his game's financial failure properly. He blamed everything and everybody and players but his game. But players were just mistaken. World is not all sunshine and rainbows, and reality is much harsher. This game still has a watermark on bottom right corner, as if it's still in alpha or beta. So this game came out of early access a long time ago and acts like a finished product. None of the updates that are being made to this game are substantial, or significantly improve the buggy and lackluster experience that it is, and the weak writing of the game is the least concern. Difference between Unity asset flips and Anacrusis is that Unity asset flips are still being played. Chet's excuses as to why the game failed are hilarious, because Chet described himself as a Game Pass fan and framed launching there as about connecting players and making it a good starting point for the game, only to blame Game Pass for quote-unquote hurting game sales, regretting that players didn't buy it on Steam and weren't stuck with a broken, highly awful and unfinished shell of a game. He praises Game Pass as a good thing in one interview and then sells it with guts in another when he realizes it didn't bring enough revenue, the decision that was entirely made by Chet's incompetence. He chose putting his game on Game Pass himself and then complains that Game Pass decimated Steam sales. Oh yeah? How do you know that? Steam sales that never existed. How do we know that Game Pass decimated Steam sales if those Steam sales never existed and aren't a part of any statistic? Oh, maybe they refunded the game, right? What, people should have believed you that you're going to improve the game and buy it long term in such a state without refunding it? Oh no, they didn't buy the game on Steam and refunded it because it was available on Game Pass as an option you yourself chose, and then refunding the game for that reason is bad, and they should have kept the bad game long term. No, it's just everyone realized this game isn't worth it, it's bad, refunded it, and moved on to better games on Game Pass. Learned to deal with realities of the game's failure. If they thought it was good, people would rebuy it, but almost nobody did if anybody. And most people who did buy it on Steam haven't even played it, because they see that even by the screenshots the game is bad. They bought it for Steam collection Steam number as always. Chet has no real game development experience. He only has some conceptions and ideas he heard at Valve from someone else. And many of his words pretty much confirm that. He's not a programmer or designer or anything like that. And sure, you don't need a license to call yourself a game developer, but the way he says it, it's like janitor mopped a hallway once and called himself a lead architect because he walked on the floor. That puddle used to be overpowered. I nerfed it. Oh, I fixed the community feedback problem. Garbage is gone. It's the title inflation and status signaling doing all the work. Him calling himself a lead developer in a company with a flat structure while being a writer is a giant exaggeration. Anybody and everybody at Valve did more job on Left 4 Dead. Yet he's the one telling everybody he's a lead developer on a game he wrote a bunch of corny phrases on.
I was project lead on Left 4 Dead 1 and 2.
Chet visited Turtle Rock when Turtle Rock already had the idea of the game and some character designs established, so he didn't create everything from scratch. He was just responsible for presentation of these characters, while designers at Valve changed their design. Calling yourself a lead developer for something you had minimal work on is completely disingenuous, and those exaggerated examples that Chet would make from his interaction with Valve employees doesn't change the bottom line. Oh, I interacted with other developers at Valve and wrote some phrases. I must be a lead developer with a writer name tag. All those developers who expanded the Left 4 Dead's concept, did the actual job, worked on the game in a company with a flat structure. All those people who came up with many ideas, designed the game, developed the game, coded the game, Mike Booth from Turtle Rock, who engineered and designed the Left 4 Dead's director, they aren't lead developers. But this guy...
Your mom, when you get done making out with her, is like, that one's the dumb one, right?
From Old Man Murray, claiming to be a writer, is a lead developer because he talks a lot. Very hilarious. Yes, take that badge of honor so you can status signal to people in your vlogs. Chet was this guy at Valve who talked a lot and took credit for being a lead developer. As for Anacrusis, this isn't some underrated gem we are speaking about. This isn't quality. Many Unity asset flips are better than Anacrusis, so calling Anacrusis a Unity asset flip would be a compliment, but this game doesn't even deserve that. As for Flasher, another excuse that he made? Oh, it's just strobing light. It's just strobing light, alright? Imagine strobing light, imagine flasher in VR. And what if someone is playing this game in the dark? It's like it didn't raise any questions in Chet's head. And if it did, then this approach is even dumber. He doesn't even trigger the flash at appropriate or situational moments. He does it all the way through because AI and mechanics in the game are that primitive. Chet, I'm sure your friends you play Anacrusis with know what you are and what your game is. They would never enjoy playing this complete unfinished mess by themselves or with randoms. They play with you because they don't want to make you cry and leave you alone on your own, stuck with a game that has 0 players and completely flopped financially. Stop torturing your friends and yourself with a game that you don't truly enjoy and play better games that have something to offer. But Chet needs company. He wants to scream into the void a bit more. His every argument is clinging onto something small and hyperbolizing it, just like him calling himself a writer. That's very funny. That's like Trump saying he ended 8 wars. See? Chet and Trump aren't that much different. It's like comparing orange to another orange. Chet usually loves to play it off by saying, "Oh, we're still updating the game, we are not making excuses, we are listening to criticism." He's cherry-picking criticism. A lot of answers come off as evasive, while no amount of useless updates fix the game because those updates do not improve the game's general quality. They are adding more things to the game, hoping that said excuse of a versus they added is going to carry the game. But those updates do not generally improve the actual quality of the game. But Chet and his friends can safely pretend that they like the game by playing this absolute unfinished nonsense if they enjoy Valve employees' attention. Because at the end of the day, this is what it's all really about.
You know, you're wrong. I'm right. Because that's the one thing that I can say for sure is I know my own personal taste and opinions where I'm like, yeah. These pictures and these videos often do really well on social media. People think it's funny and they share it with their friends. That's good. But is it a bug? Because like if you're walking down the hall and your game crashes, that's a bug. You should fix that bug. But if people are just goofing around and having fun inside of your game, that doesn't break the game. No, it does break the game in the sense of if you sit here for an hour and just keep spawning weapons, perf will go to hell. But you did that. You know you did that. So is it a bug? I mean, do you like games that let you break the game? Or do you never, like, we have limited resources. We got to make choices. And so we have to make a choice. Do we fix this? Or is it not even a bug?
This is exactly what he builds his arguments on. Fallacies. Oh, did we intentionally leave this performance degrading bug in the game? Or maybe it's not a bug. Or maybe it's more fun. Do you enjoy performance being hammered down by some player when you weren't looking? Isn't it more fun? Did we do that intentionally? Can I find an excuse for that bug in the game? Or what if it's not a bug? I don't know, we have limited resources, we can't find one guy to fix this tiny bug. We gotta allocate our resources. But isn't it more fun? No? Well, we have no resources to fix that. Oh, we do have resources to fix that. We just keep it there because it's more fun. Wait, it's not fun. And someone is breaking the game for players?
Do we fix this? Or is it not even a bug?
Anacrusis is essentially a scam by a guy who unironically takes notes from Cyberpunk. One of the worst AAA titles to take notes from. I don't know what sort of notes can you take from Cyberpunk, and for what? That's the biggest all-nighter mystery of the day. He's taking notes from a video game scam that has no essence. That he played, like he said, by standing on a rooftop and shooting dumb police AI that can't get you. And calling it fun. No, developers did not intend the player to do that. They just didn't develop it.
You fucking idiot! It's changing fire!
They added police chases into the game 3 years after the game's release, and they don't even function correctly. How low can a standard get? Meow. Either way, it's a really buggy experience that feels awful to play. Oh wait! Notes from Cyberpunk. I see! Now we get it. Let's take a look at the system requirements, shall we? I think they forgot something. A belly full of lag. But we just don't understand their great game, right? The ironic claim he made 1 century ago that would hit him today like a boomerang. Let me remind you that Chet got a job at Valve by writing stuff like this on his website and craving for Gabe Newell's attention. If there is an unspoken grifter in the gaming industry, I'm covering one right now. So what do you think about that, Chet?
Also an asshole. Besides being stupid. And be clear, you're the level of stupid your mom, when you get done making out with her, is like, that one's the dumb one, right? Like, nobody thinks you're the smart cookie. Nobody's like, that one's got a future. No, but you're gonna vote. You're gonna have like 5,000 kids. We're gonna have to deal with all of them. You're gonna, the world's flat. I get it. Oh my God. Like, right? You are a idiot. And we all have to live in your world. Because there's more of you. Like, overwhelmingly the world we live in now is ruled by stupid people. And you're a great example of that. And if you're offended by what I'm saying to you, you should block me. And then you should take up racing high-speed cars on short piers. Like, seriously, you are what's wrong in this world right now. And it's just getting worse. And I'm exhausted. So go
Here's the thing, Chet does have a glimmer of self-awareness of what he's doing. He knows he's just a guy who
got a job swearing at people.
But the way he acts, his remarks aren't quite sincere. He doesn't really want to face the reality about his game, the industry, any of that head on. He thinks he knows what he's talking about just because he speaks a lot. That's pretty much it. Chet worked as an errand boy at Valve and acts like a jack of all trades when his work at Valve was less than that of a janitor, because he didn't even write anything valuable. Most things were written by Laidlaw, Erik, and Jay Pinkerton. Chet only primarily focused on Left 4 Dead, very low-effortly, and was reluctant to work on Portal 2's co-op writing that somehow dropped in quality with his involvement.
As an impartial collaboration facilitator, it would be unfair of me to name my favorite member of your team. However, it's perfectly fair to hint at it in a way that my least favorite member probably isn't smart enough to understand. Rhymes with glue. Orange. You are doing very well. I thought you'd be faster at this, but I can appreciate the desire to stop and smell the testing. That other scent you smell? That's the stench of my utter disappointment in you.
A bit of pretending to be a writer here and there with episodes, a bit of CSGO. You know that cringy fan-favorite lemon phrase from Portal 2?
Alright, I've been thinking. When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad! I don't want your damn lemons! What am I supposed to do with these?
Well, guess what? It wasn't written by Chet either. Chet was just there, overhearing Jay and Erik experimenting with this lemon joke, while Chet was just sitting there feasting on snacks from Valve Canteen. He was obviously there for free food, more than anything. What about those, vile Brinkcasts from Half-Life 2?
Let me read a letter I recently received. Dear Dr. Breen, why has the seen fit to suppress our reproductive cycle. Sincerely, a concerned citizen. Thank you for writing, concerned. Of course, your question touches on one of the basic biological impulses, and all its associated hopes and fears for the future.
That was written by Laidlaw. Chet and Erik weren't adopted by Valve yet. So what did Chet write? Let's see.
Helicopter! It is a helicopter! You call that thing a whirlybird one more time, I'll beat you so bad, your sister's gonna wish she never gave birth to you.
There you go. Wow, what a Valve writing mastery. What a great joke. What a great sarcasm. Only Valve can come up with such original, brilliant writing. Definitely not any 12-year-old from school. I wonder how many all-nighters it took for him to come up with that one.
I don't know. But, I mean, the biggest thing is you can't write until you write. So just write and share it and write and write and write and write. You just got to get it out there and you just got to do it. Like I called myself in my head a writer for a really long time before I ever started writing. Because I just thought that's what I wanted to do, even though I didn't do it in the way that people do it.
His arguments in essentially any topic are built on being evasive, not telling the whole picture, or directly lying. He overplays his work at Valve. When Chet got into drama about Ross, this is exactly what happened.
Oh my God, you're probably picking up so many crumbs out of the carpet as you're foaming at the mouth. So yeah, sometimes I make videos for myself. Y'all, I don't really care. Second of all, no, I don't really respect Ross or his position. But he has made it that his is the only way, and if you're against that, you hate the number 3, right? You hate games, right? So he is the 1 + 1 = 3. He is saying this is the only way to do this. So I can't have that conversation about it. Nobody can, because Ross has removed that, because he has anchored it to that he is the only person who can do this, and this is the only way as these initiatives, and that's simply just not true.
Did Ross ever do that? Where does he get his information from? I suggest watching this video that Chet removed on my channel. While I have my own opinion about both Chet and Ross, Chet didn't even do any research before attacking Ross. Therefore, as always, he came unprepared. At least take a shower before you do that. If you attack methods of Save Games bandwagon, at least do it properly. He never does any real research. He dismisses everything and everyone he doesn't agree with bad, cherry-picked arguments.
Even though I have a bunch of experience in this and a bunch of knowledge about this. So yes, I very much know what I'm talking about in this situation, and I understand the practicalities of it. Am I an expert on it? No. Even though I have done all this stuff, I don't consider myself an expert on it, because there are people who are experts on this.
First, Chet is an experienced Valve developer who knows something. The next moment, in the exact same video, he isn't. And shortly after,
am I an expert on it? No!
He didn't even do any research about what he's talking about. Chet's entire inflated ego and virtues are built on a lie that he is some sort of a real writer or game designer. But any indie developer coder making Unity asset flips has way more experience because they have actual experience with game development. Not the self-convincing self-fraud he is displaying. Okay, just repeat that you're a game developer to yourself again and again and treat it like a movie role. I am a writer, I am a game developer. And this is where more and more overplayed, exaggerated fallacies grow. Because when you build your videos on pretending to have experience, they pop like a balloon from one single blow. Briefly glimpsing into how games are made at Valve is one thing, but developing them on a direct level thoroughly is a whole different thing. It's not about the concept of whether you can call yourself a game developer. It's about what sort of a game developer you are if you chose to call yourself one, and if you chose to release Anacrusis in such a state. Budget behind this game was not an issue compared to many other games. Making that game was also expensive and very costly. Except games with less budget pull off basic mechanics way better. He serves people something of low quality and thinks he is qualified to give people lessons. Come on, show us how game development is done.
But is it a bug? Because like, if you're walking down the hall and your game crashes, that's a bug, you should fix that bug. Now, it does break the game in the sense of if you sit here for an hour and just keep spawning weapons, perf will go to hell. We gotta make choices, and so we have to make a choice. We fix this, or is it not even a...
If this is your approach to game development, then don't be surprised why your game failed. There is nothing useful to extract from what he is saying that you can't get from some Indian game developer. He is just desperately advertising Anacrusis at this point. In his videos he constantly squeezes talks about Anacrusis in, a game that no one plays. So Chet, what was your favorite snack at Valve Canteen? I'm sure Chet has more experience with Valve snacks, a lot more, so he should probably make Valve Canteen videos instead, telling us sacred Valve knowledge of how he argued over the snacks in a writer's room. Do they even have a writer's room, or it's just a closet? Look at Chet's new beard in his more recent videos. Isn't it cute? Dude thinks he's Chin Kane.
Oh my god, we finally got some feedback on Left 4 Dead 2, because that game failed. People played it for like 10 seconds and then it went away. So here, you can click through to read the whole thing, but you can't imagine how angry I am seeing what type of trash Left 4 Dead 2 Versus is. Trash, nobody plays it. Again, it lasted like 5 minutes. 10 years later, I've never even heard of it. I was the project lead on Left 4 Dead 1 and 2. But yeah, nobody plays it. No proper balancing. Tier 2 is too OP. That's overpowered for you non-cool kids. Worser point counting system. Maybe English isn't their first language. Saving yourself trouble by implementing Left 4 Dead 1 system? Saving yourself trouble by... Nah, make it unwinnable. If you're too far behind, hell yeah. Awesome. He's excited about something. Make balanced weapons. Nah. Our weapons must be cooler than in 1. All Tier 1 and 2 weapons from Left 4 Dead 1 are worse than Left 4 Dead 2 alternatives. Not to mention that level design always tilted towards survivors, making the mode bad. Bad. It was bad. It went away. Nobody plays Left 4 Dead 2. I want to ask, why was it done like this? Bruh, it was done because I was banging your mom and she asked me to do it that way. Hope that helps. And this is why, kids, on a serious note, you give positive reviews on Steam.
How can you make a response video to a comment with broken grammar and look worse than a guy who can barely construct a sentence? He looks like a confused dad who discovered TikTok yesterday. Oh yes, someone is calling Left 4 Dead versus trash. That's it. Left 4 Dead failed. That means no one played it for more than 10 seconds. Everything in Left 4 Dead is perfect. That's like saying Anacrusis didn't fail because someone played it for more than 10 seconds. This is one of the most out-of-touch extreme false metrics I've ever heard from someone pretending to be a game developer. This explains why Chet's standard about Anacrusis is so low. Okay everyone, if someone played Anacrusis for more than 10 seconds, this is the best game in the entire world. This is how he sleeps better at night. If someone calls Versus or any other game mode trash, that means the game failed. As soon as someone mentions something Chet doesn't agree with, it transitions to hyperbole, blowing a giant irony and deflecting onto unrelated metrics with out-of-place sarcasm. He essentially argues with his own self and with his own point that he made up by distorting, twisting the information from the comment, and tries to pass it off as a good point to an argument. That means in this video he is essentially arguing with his own self, because his entire point he doesn't agree with is entirely his own. He's not even taking a piss, he's doing it unironically. He'd do this with any comment and any video he doesn't agree with.
Trash, nobody plays it. Again, it lasted like 5 minutes. 10 years later, I've never even heard of it. Because that game failed. People played it for like 10 seconds and then it went away. Bad. Bad. It was bad. It went away. Nobody plays Left 4 Dead 2.
This guy can't even read comments, and that doesn't stop him from twisting someone's words and misrepresenting people. He's not even trying to understand what people are trying to say in those comments, while lapdogs in comment section actually fall for that. Sad. This is why I brought up American education at the beginning of the video. Well, Anacrusis is trash and you play it, so where does it leave you?
At least then you're not missing much.
Okay, your
Apparently
game
they know
is
you.
ass, by the way.
Yeah, they're not on my friends list.
I'll go. Like, what a dick. You really, you can't hurt me with those things, but man, you really just make me want to not, yeah.
You can't hurt me with those things, but man, you really just make me want to not, yeah. Like, what a dick.
So, let's make an analogy. Imagine you go to a burger place and you eat the burger, but the cheese they used tastes like plastic. You leave a review that says, "The cheese is trash. Please change it." And instead of addressing the cheese, the chef storms out and goes, "Oh, so burgers are dead now. Nobody eats burgers. They only ate burgers for 5 minutes and then the entire concept disappeared." Oh, perhaps something a bit less extreme and more online. Imagine you file your feedback. This one part of PvP scoring is not good enough and could be better. And tier 2 weapons are overpowered. Can you rebalance it? Instead of addressing it, the lead replies, "So you're saying the entire product is dead and nobody has ever used it?" Then starts ranting about irrelevant stats, calling you a lunatic. I think analogy here is pretty clear. It's hilarious how Chet thinks that it's the guy in the comment who looks bad and tries to make you believe that through out-of-place irony, completely ignoring that it's quite the opposite.
Your mom? I was banging your mom and she asked me to do it that way.
Anacrusis will keep being this bad game that everyone played for 5 minutes and left, because this is the mentality behind how Chet approaches criticism. Chet needs to learn to take criticism. Anybody can call L4D and Anacrusis garbage and then proceed to telling you what they didn't like. You don't have to cry about it. If you melt like ice just because their criticism wasn't phrased in a way that you want, won't change that this is criticism.
And this is why, kids, on a serious note, you give positive reviews on Steam. Because this little guy here is out there angry, swearing at every game. We got negative reviews because we used Unreal, and that means that we're spying for the Chinese government on the Anacrusis. The unhinged people. You and I are normal human beings. This little child...
Also, look at how he desperately tries to mix Anacrusis into the video, thinking that just because he can blow out the irony about L4D and distract the viewers, people will believe that Anacrusis is anywhere on the same page with L4D. But whatever helps him sleep better at night. I guess he is just repeating to himself that this is a good game and it is something noteworthy. It's not. Plus, people he mentions have probably already moved on with their lives and forgot this atrocious game even existed.
10 years later, I've never even heard of it. I was project lead on Left 4 Dead 1 and 2. But yeah.
He collects labels like armor. I was a project lead on Left 4 Dead 1 and 2. He seems more interested in status signaling than in responding to feedback. Except that doesn't seem to help.
And this is why, kids, on a serious note, you give positive reviews on Steam.
Oh yes, this is exactly why you leave positive reviews on Steam. What? At this point, he feels entitled to get positive reviews. Oh yes, let's leave positive reviews to hunt down the Freeman. Developers put their time and effort into that game. One of them almost dropped out of college or university due to dedicating their time developing that game. How do you go from poorly criticizing games on Old Man Murray to being like this? What is that phrase even supposed to mean? Should we give positive reviews to everything and screw negative reviews? Is he too hurt from all the criticism to Anacrusis? He now wants all reviews to be positive? We know the answer to that question.
The unhinged people. You and I are normal human beings.
Look at how much he tries to gain your trust desperately.
So normal people, you got a job to do.
Normal people. If someone leaves a comment on YouTube, they have no job? Chet just assumes someone's life position out of the blue. What about you, Chet? Why are you there ranting about a random comment? Are we supposed to believe you have a job?
And that's just interact and let developers know.
Oh yes, interact. Let the developers know so that a guy calling himself a game developer is going to rant about something completely unrelated. Isn't that exactly what happened?
In fact, this Monday we'll have it. It'll be review day. Everyone's gonna leave reviews. We'll post our favorite reviews we've left on some games we've loved. So think about it. Because we've got to counter this kind of lunatic.
It could be that Doug Redman from Portal 2 is designed after Chet. That would explain where they got their inspiration from and why Chet has him as a profile picture. Of course, Chet loves defending big corporations and Valve for anything. He even defended Highguard.
Hey, we're going to talk about Highguard, but as we do, we're going to talk about how you can tell somebody's never done anything in their life and never shipped anything, made anything, or had any skin in the game. It's cut off the top because screw this guy. This is Daniel Ahmad. He's an analyst for Nico Partners. Yeah, if you've never heard of him, of course you haven't, because he doesn't make games. He doesn't do anything. He just looks at the industry. He gets a ton wrong, always wrong, never cares, never matters. But again, you're going to tell me I'm wrong there and then go some detail and I got to watch some. I don't give a fuck. I don't. I'm saying the whole thing is anchored wrong. And it makes no sense. And if you didn't like my analogy, I don't really care. He just looks at the industry. He gets a ton wrong, always wrong, never cares, never matters. But here he is laughing at the Highguard devs. Why is he laughing at them? Because Jeff Keighley came along and said, hey, do you want to get featured? Now, I know what they're thinking. I know the panic.
Oh yeah, leeching off of Valve for years and then throwing money at Anacrusis as game development. Now he projects his traumatic experience with Anacrusis onto developers of Highguard, quote-unquote panicking, because they are quote-unquote unknown devs? Unknown teams that made Titanfall and Apex Legends? What are you even talking about?
Because see, Daniel doesn't know this. When you make something, you have this moment where you realize nothing matters and everything matters, and you have no idea what matters. And so it's a month and a half out before your launch. Originally, you're like, we're just going to silent drop this. That worked for EA and Apex because that's what the team they're from. But then you're like, well, wait a minute. We're not as big as EA. We're not going to get as in front of many people. This can go silently. And boy, we can get into the biggest game show that people would pay millions to get this much featuring. And we're going to get featured at the end. It's going to be big. We love our game. We're proud of our game. We worked hard in our game. Man. So now, right before my release of the Anacrusis, I did My Perfect Counsel, and I hate the interview I did. You know why?
Because I did that interview this week we were releasing, but it didn't get released till weeks later. So I'm just talking about myself that whole time. I'm pumping up myself. I picked my own game because I'm out of my mind about to release. Because I've been working on this thing for years and it's about to come out. I'm not some analyst who's just going to be like, well, I technically think the games are going up. Right? No, I'm somebody who actually has skin in the game and who cares. And so someone's just sitting there laughing my ass off because they were trying something. Yeah, they panicked. They tried something. Wouldn't you? Like my friends who made GTFO, right? I introduced them to Jeff to get on the Game Awards. And again, don't knock Jeff to me because he does this all the time for unknown devs, right? And their original trailer was like half the elevator going down the cable and like, ooh, scary. It worked. It helped them. It totally put them on the map. It was an awesome thing. Our goal was going to be to go to PAX East and start showing our game there, start in working with the community and like incorporating the feedback that we were getting from that. Instead, COVID happened, so we couldn't do it. Yeah, you laughing at me too, Daniel?
And this is why, kids, on a serious note, you give positive reviews on Steam.
Chet loves defending bad business practices, large corporations, and is losing his mind from negativity towards Anacrusis, so he is defending bad games now. Let's give positive reviews to games that are trying to trick you and sell themselves through malicious PR. Chet wants to encourage that and thinks he is qualified to tell people how they should feel about games. Lower the standard so people will think that Anacrusis is fine, or because he is hurt from his game failing. Yeah, let's change all those mostly negative reviews to positive just because of pure cope. Let's defend something like this. Let's find different excuses. Oh, game development is hard. This is all his argument boils down to. A lot of things are hard, Chet. It doesn't mean that you should lack standard and provide players a bad product and try to show off a bad product to people that tries to get your attention through pure marketing rather than essence. Yeah, how dare you be negative? How can anyone be negative about the industry, the studios, and Geoff Keighley playing everybody for fools? How do you come from trying to speak out against such things back in the 1990s and start doing the exact same thing people you criticized were doing just because you didn't like that your game financially failed, and started blaming everyone except the game's lackluster quality?
Do it! Yeah! You laughing at me too, Daniel? I'm so sick of these analysts and these consultants that sit on the sidelines that have no skin in the game, nothing. Now, hey, is Highguard the perfect game? Of course not. It's made by a small dev team trying to do something big. But you go look at the reviews and they're all just about the Game Awards thing and not the game, right? There's a couple things that are about like, hey, the maps are really big for this and this, but like they can fix that. They can work on that. You don't need little like Daniel in the game industry sitting there on Twitter. We know why Daniel's sitting on Twitter. Because you know what you can make if you're got a blue check? Yeah, Daniel. Oh no, clearly they didn't play their own game. I mean, right now, Highguard is kind of settled in at around 10,000 concurrent daily. During the 24-hour cycle, there's 10,000 concurrent. Remember, that's not 10,000 players, it's 10,000 concurrent. You only care about that number for matchmaking. And it only works above, I don't want to get in the whole thing again, but you know what I'm saying. But, if it settles in there, they've been listening to people, they've been making changes. They were unknown devs. It's a weird way to launch it that you want to silent drop it, and I don't think that works anymore, but okay. But that Game Awards noise probably gave them more attention. And sure, it fell off from that big attention, but if they didn't have that, and you were just like, hey, there's this unknown game I've never heard of, and now they're at 10,000 concurrent, you'd be like, high five, bro, you're doing great. And it wouldn't have this. And this guy will do this forever. Excuse me. This guy will do this forever. As somebody who gets these comments forever that are just uninformed and stupid, but just want to be angry at me, right? We're going to hear Chet doesn't think you should own your game. I'm like, oh, children, parents, don't have YouTube babysit your children, please. It's just tiring. But you just want to hate. You don't have a point, so you just want to hate. And you think that we're all dumb? Or are you just that ignorant yourself? Because that could just be, you just don't know that A, it's not a bad thing, and B, it's pretty much the industry standard now. So I have a question for you on Secure Boot. So I bet you a bunch of us probably got it going for the first time on this computer, at least. They may have done it on another computer, but on this computer for Battlefield 6. And that process meant that I had to learn a lot about my computer and a lot of settings and a lot of switches and whatnot that I didn't know existed or didn't care that existed or didn't want to exist. But now it's set. It's set. It's on. My motherboard supports it. It's on. And it's supposed to protect things during the boot process or something. Why isn't it always on? Because I had to learn a whole bunch about this, and I'm just at the end, I was like, well, why isn't this always on? Is there performance? Is it if you dual boot, I guess, maybe? What is the deal with Secure Boot? What is the deal? Why isn't it always just on? Why is it this hidden weird setting that even following my own motherboard's directions, they didn't line up to my motherboard's what was actually in the BIOS, which maybe I have to update my BIOS. I don't know. I don't like changing things or touching things that are really core, because that's how you get bugs and problems. So, but you just want to hate. You don't have a point, so you just want to hate. And you think that we're all dumb? Or are you just that ignorant yourself? Because that could just be, you just don't know that A, it's not a bad thing, and B, it's pretty much the industry standard now.
So what about you, Chet? Do you have a point? Are there any insightful counter-arguments to that comment in your video? Or was that, you just wanna hate, is meant to be a counter-argument? That's not a counter-argument. None of what you said in the video is a counter-argument. Just a bunch of distractions, crash out, and hoping that viewer will fall for your fuzzy talk. Blowing this fake irony again deceptively to disagree and try to shame someone he has no counter-arguments against. Haha, look, this comment, it's probably a kid. Make some fuzzy unrelated assumptions and that's it. That means the comment looks bad and I'm right and you're wrong. This is literally all this boils down to. It's hilarious how someone would actually watch him for some legitimate advice or insight. There is none to be had with such an act. Didn't you say you don't know what you're talking about a few videos back?
To give them feedback on, and realizing I just have no idea, because I have no idea. I don't know. I wish I was smart enough I could just answer questions and help people.
Oh wait, what was that?
Even though I have a bunch of experience in this and a bunch of knowledge about this.
Oh, really? He has a bunch of experience rambling random stuff? Sure.
But you just want to hate. You don't have a point. So you just want to hate.
So the comment hates and not the other way around? With Chet having this random crash out yet again? You know, at this point it looks as if he's talking to his own mirror, which is probably what we are seeing here.
So I'm just talking about myself that whole time.
Because I'm out of my mind.
But, if it settles in there, they've been listening to people, they've been making changes.
Yes, his point to an argument is that developers have been listening to the community. which is why 1 week after its release, the game had 10,000 concurrent players. Does it make any sense? What changes? Where? How does 10,000 concurrent players relate to listening to the community and making changes after So that quote-unquote unknown game gets a spotlight at Game Awards out of the blue. Just, here's this game by totally unknown developers.
Our final world premiere comes from 61 members of the team that built Apex Legends and Titanfall.
Like, they were unknown devs.
And if the game has 10,000 concurrent players, then developers are listening to the community. This absolute outlandish ramble doesn't make any sense anymore. It's illogical. At this point, he's way past it. But yeah, they can't decline all this revenue from another uninspired, uncreative money cow like that. Yeah, screw the industry, right? Let the publishers left and right take your money and get positive reviews just because they made a game. That sounds like economical, cultural, and artistic collapse schematic right there, all in one blend. So his mentality after being heard from Anacrusis is essentially this. Leave positive reviews for games that developers worked on, and if that game is somewhat playable, then don't hate it and give them money. A guy who built a career out of hating badly made games is telling you to not hate something. This is how low the standard is. Yeah, why? So we get more uninspired, broken, and poorly made nonsense like Anacrusis, but in the AAA space more frequently?
But they can fix that, they can work on that. You don't need little twats but you go look at the reviews and they're all just about the Game Awards thing and not the game, right?
People in the gaming community don't want to be taken for the sleeping sheeple, so they speak out negative opinion about Highguard that he defensively calls hate. Oh, he would say, no, if you don't want to, don't give them money, we have consumer choice. Well, that's the point. How about a consumer choice to dislike an uninspired game from a shameless PR stunt?
I'm so sick of these analysts and these consultants that sit on the sidelines that have no skin in the game. I'm somebody who actually has skin in the game and who cares, and so someone's just sitting there laughing my ass off. Yeah, you laughing at me too, Daniel? Woo, scary.
So yeah, it's just not the world I live in anymore. When I lived in that world, that was different. But it's just not. I'm making my game for me. I don't have to have it make money, so I don't care.
I'm somebody who actually has skin in the game and who cares.
Wow, you are so different to these analysts. You need to be a certified game developer to criticize marketing of a game and the game itself. Chet, internet can be overwhelming. I think you should unplug from blue sky posting once in a while and touch grass. So those patches that were supposed to actually improve Anacrusis and make it quality, where are they? Where are they, our I wanna be game developer? Only gamers and no game developers speak out negatively about Highguard. What are you talking about? The real truth behind Highguard's failure is the game just flat out being uninspired. Now here's what's going on. Chet probably believes that all this hate is going to shut down certain games and people will lose their jobs, etc. Yes, that's a very big problem. Except Chet and publishers want you to blame the community for it. To blame the community for not liking this commenting and expressing their opinion. It's a distraction. What, are we blaming it on players expressing their own opinion? Or should we blame it on publishers and higher-ups behind those games doing this sort of action and treating gaming industry like a pure shallow money cow and taking people for fools? It's not the community who takes down those games. It's those pulling the strings and mistreating the community. This is what Chet does not understand. Consumer will not be happy, fed with the same trash all over again for so long. But he has a hard time figuring that out. But yeah, Chet would rather dismiss all of that, claiming that people just don't understand game development, as if that helps the game, changes the actual product, thus attempting to gullibly take the word away from the consumers. This is what Chet does himself, by the way, when he blocks people over not liking the way they delivered criticism. Well, we understand that you want a pat on the back, but it's not gonna happen. You don't demand people who give you money to phrase their words the way you want. And it's high time developers who don't understand game development understand that. Understanding game development is not just understanding your work. It's also about understanding the player. Damage? So does burying your own studio on arrival, and Game Awards has nothing to do with it. In fact, Game Awards actually helped that game. Let's not pretend like people wouldn't have walked by and ignored that subpar title had they not found out about it on the biggest gaming announcement event. Chet is wrong yet again. And so do the developers, thinking that community out there unrighteously cancelled a generic game people just have no interest in. Wouldn't it be surprising if the developers behind the scenes are blaming the community for their own lack of foresight, that they are making this yet another flop? Yes, the community that doesn't want to play this game killed the game. Right. And then Chet expects you to believe that he understands games and the community. Clearly not. And this entire blame game Chet did, where he blamed the community for Anacrusis commercially failing, is absolutely disingenuous. Yes, Chet blames the community for Anacrusis being a commercial failure, in case you fast-forwarded in the video.
You know, sometimes our last reveal at the Game Awards is a teaser for something years and years away. But not tonight. I've played it, and after you see this trailer, I think you're going to want to as well.
And since Jeff admitted playing it and quote-unquote liking it, I really question his tastes and the will to put it into the final review, instead of literally anything else.
We love our game. We're proud of our game. We worked hard on our game. Man. Because they were trying something, yeah, they panicked. They tried something.
Here, we want to jump on a bandwagon to make an uncreative, uninspired Apex-like game, just because we want money. Do you even believe the developers behind this game had any motivation or passion for the project instead of just being there, following directions, deadlines, to get their needed paycheck, by a publisher wanting another easy Apex-like money cash grab? If the Game Awards announcement announced something actually creative and interesting, something that was made passionately, that would be a whole different story. And no, the community is not always reasonable. Far from that. But what we are seeing here is a very clear progress in the reluctance of people in the gaming industry constantly being taken for shills, not wanting that. This is small progress. There is a lot of such progress yet missing. Community is gonna shut this down and then inconsistently accept something else snarky that's better disguised. And then you blame AI for being uncreative, uninspired, when we are seeing the exact same human pattern right here. A game that just mimics things the same way as if it was made by AI. Chet wants to feel redeemed. He wants to feel validated by his own viewers. He can't stand negative comments. He can't stand disagreeing with people. But he also can't stand understanding an actual topic and the real problems. Instead, he will act like this same analyst he is criticizing. Not criticizing, insulting. He's not criticizing anybody. He's not even trying.
Because see, Daniel doesn't know this. When you make something, you have this moment where you realize nothing matters and everything matters, and you have no idea what matters.
Like, look at this example. We totally didn't know this mishmash of words. Truly one of the developers of all time.
How you can tell somebody's never done anything in their life and never shipped anything, made anything, or had any skin in the game. It's cut off the top because screw this guy.
Oh, you little baby, stop it. Oh, I wiggled my tongue, wrote stuff for Left 4 Dead, hired a team to make Anacrusis and wasted some money, wiggled my tongue again, so now I understand game development and made a game. With that standard, anybody who made a bunch of AI prompts made the game and is a game developer. No, you had people make a game for yourself. What you are calling game development is hardly anything. Sit down. You don't need to be a game developer to understand the realities of the gaming industry and to criticize a bad product.
Because we make games, we understand game development.
Oh no, gamers who don't understand anything. Where did I see this before? Or what? Developers are making a game for themselves and not the gamers? Yeah, how dare gamers say anything? We have our trustworthy quote-unquote game developers choosing everything for us, and gamers just don't quite get it. Let me scroll down a little bit. I really suggest reading that. It's a guy from a website who got a chance to wiggle his tongue at Valve, and now he acts like he has seen it all. Again, it's not about whether you can call yourself a game developer. It's about what sort of a game developer you are if you chose to call yourself one. Anybody nowadays can call themselves game developers by doing even the small steps, and even if you didn't, it doesn't mean Chet is special and you aren't. Just because you and thousands of people who have something to say didn't get a golden ticket to Valve, and Chet bashes at them despite doing an exact same thing, he treats you like you have no say, and he won't even listen to what you have to say or study the topic. He'll just say, I don't care, I'm right and you're wrong, and put as little effort as possible to defend the misconceptualized point of view. Does that sound fair? Now picture this. What if Gabe Newell would instead say, oh, I'm sick of those guys on Old Man Murray who shit on the sidelines and never hire you? What would you do then? Maybe you should try getting a job. Gabe essentially carried Chet and Erik out and gave them jobs. Did you ever say thank you? The reason why Chet is insulting everyone left and right with no good arguments or says anything on the topic is because this is what he always did since Old Man Murray days. Without this golden ticket to Valve, he'd be one of those analysts. He'd be making those slop vlogs because this is where he belongs. He's not a retired vlogger who made games. You're dealing with a guy who does not care and just talks crap because this is how he built his career, and no one even cares to do the actual research. People in the comments act like there's the elite of the industry, this select group of people that does understand the gaming industry because they watch a guy from a website doing some fuzzy talk. And they may as well keep sitting on his lap in that incorrect echo chamber, because truth will not make Chet comfortable and happy. Now let's imagine Chet was never hired to Valve, and in the 1990s he posts this Trespasser review on Old Man Murray. Are you ready? Chet is sitting there, he just posted the Trespasser review, Trespasser developers see it, and here's what they have to say to him. But then you're like, wait a minute, we are not as big as EA, we're not gonna get it in front of many people because this is going to go silently, and boy, we can get into the biggest show, people would pay millions to get this much featuring, or get featured at the end, it's gonna be big.
We love our game, we're proud of our game, we work hard on our game. Man.
Now.
Yeah, because we make games to understand game development.
Well, technically it seems the game is going down.
Right now! And so the decisions are laughing my ass off because we were trying something. Yeah, we panicked. We tried something. Ooh, scary.
And now we have this.
And this guy will do this forever.
Excuse me.
This guy will do this forever.
Chet doesn't think you should own the game.
Children.
I think you understand where I'm going with this. Everything Chet said in this videos can easily apply to a Chet from the 90s, except he somehow went backwards as the time went on. Every time he has a strange crash out on comments or other people's videos, and it's not like he can research and hold an argument anyway, so,
And you're like, how do I start the argument there? You don't. And so I'm not going to engage in that. I'm not going to go over some fine details. But again, you're going to tell me I'm wrong there and then go some detail and I got to watch some. I don't give a I don't.
He says he doesn't care to do research, but he's completely fine misrepresenting stuff, misinforming people, lying to people and insulting them, holding arguments with his own self. Because that's really all he's doing, and the next video is a good example of that.
Half-Life 3 nears the finish line as developers are reportedly moving to other projects, and he bases it on some really good facts from a couple of guys that we know well, who know insiders at Valve. They know how it's going, and they must be right, because I cannot think of a time a project has shipped where at the end of the project, it's not just relaxation, right? It's hanging out by the lake, maybe going home early and hanging out with your family, relaxing, golf games, right? Too bad it's cold out, so it's not good golf season. Because there's never crunch towards the end of a project. There's never a rush. There's never a scramble to try to fix all the bugs or get all the content in or playtest to make sure there's nothing broken or missing. I have never heard of a game shipping where they scrambled and then had to release a day 0 patch or even a day 1 patch then to fix any of the bugs, because they've been done for months. They just sit on the game. They're just relaxing. That's entirely how games are made. In case you didn't know, I just wanted to let you know, because maybe you didn't know that. But yes, games development is the most relaxing thing. Crunch is a myth.
So let's see. This article says, reportedly moving to other projects. Pay close attention to it. Let's see what project in video game development in Chet's understanding means.
Because I cannot think of a time a project has shipped where at the end of the project, it's not just relaxation, right? It's hanging out by the lake, maybe going home early and hanging out with your family, relaxing, golf games, right? Too bad it's cold out, so it's not good golf season.
So, projects in a video game studio is relaxation, golf, hanging out by the lake, right? Am I missing anything? And what, game development is now the most relaxing thing? Article says that the video game development is very relaxing? That explains why Half-Life 3 takes so long. This showcases the exact same thought process I covered earlier. No one has ever played Half-Life before? That's it. The developers never made a game before?
Because, that game failed. People played it for like 10 seconds and then it went away. How trash Left 4 Dead 2 Versus is. Trash. Nobody plays it. Again, it lasted like 5 minutes. 10 years later, I've never even heard of it. I was project lead on Left 4 Dead 1 and 2. But yeah, nobody plays it. Mode, bad. It was bad. It went away. Nobody plays Left 4 Dead 2. It was done because I was banging your...
If you pay attention to my earlier psychoanalysis where I broke down how he twists and misinterprets the information, the whole point he is sarcastic about in this video came only from Chet. He simply randomly went on a crash out about his own sarcasm, and then he's mad about his own words.
Crunch really is just when people want to get away from their families and hang out and play pool. They must be right, because I cannot think of a time a project has shipped.
Okay, let's process it together. He cannot think of a time when project has shipped.
I cannot think of a time a project has shipped where at the end of the project, it's not just relaxation, right? It's...
So let's see. According to Chet, Half-Life 3 already shipped. When a game has already shipped, the game is at the end of a project. And sarcastically, to his own comment, after Half-Life 3 is already out, which it is already out, as he said it, the game is at the end of a project. I think we're on to something here. Chet, maybe try again?
I have never heard of a game shipping where they scrambled and then had to release a day 0 patch or even a day 1 patch then.
So let's really make sense of it. Let's see what's going on. As soon as he mentions the project has shipped, pay attention.
And they must be right, because I cannot think of a time a project has shipped.
His mind just enters a labyrinth where he goes on to make irrelevant connections.
We're at the end of the project.
And as soon as his mind realizes the paradox that the connection is irrelevant to the article, then he makes a save.
It's not just relaxation, right? It's hanging out by the lake, maybe going home early and hanging out with your family.
And algorithmically deflects onto an unrelated sarcasm, where he claims that the developers at the end of a project are apparently just relaxing, not moving on to developing other stuff, which is what making a project is, and which is what the article says. He basically entered a labyrinth of his own making, because again, article itself never says that. He just makes a random slip up and doesn't know where to go next. Oh yes, I've never heard of a game where developers move on to other projects before the game is even finished.
Because isn't that what happened with Portal 2? There was like this big team, and then it kind of kept getting smaller and smaller until it dwindled down into like quite a small team.
Yeah, it was on the verge of falling apart the way various Valve projects fall apart, and it did. A bunch of people left to go work on other things. At some point, Left 4 Dead 2 took a lot of people, but the exodus had already sort of started before then. And there was just a little core group left, and it started to get traction, and people started coming back. And then we sort of all stopped, except for maybe a handful, to ship Left 4 Dead 2. I don't remember how many months that took. A bunch of people jumped on at the end of Left 4 Dead 2. That was kind of an almost all hands on deck sort of situation. But at that point, there was enough buy-in on Portal 2 that it wasn't really in danger of just falling apart. It was pretty clear, like Left 4 Dead 2 was going to ship. It wasn't some long tail game that everybody was going to have to, some skeleton crew is going to have to work on for the rest of their lives. But anyway, and then Portal 2 ships, and then everybody moves on. I don't know what they moved on to after that, but...
That's what your friend Erik has to say about that topic. And Final Hours of Portal 2 by Jeff Keighley, that you praise so much, Chet. There you go. You haven't heard it from me. There was a Reddit post about that video, and barely anyone takes him seriously. And look at some of the comments. Some of the comments actually fell for this nonsense. It's crazy how you can just distract the viewer like he does, say something completely unrelated, and then have people like, oh, he's right. That way you can be right about anything. Just say that the sky is blue and never address the actual topic. Some people just don't think, do they? Oh yes, look, where did we get the idea that the final period of game development is less people doing less work? Wow, where did we get that from, huh? From Valve? Better make a completely incorrect smartass comment. What can I say? Chet doesn't understand the very company he quote-unquote worked for, or okay, maybe he forgot. We know why. And after that, Chet comes back with a video and acts like everyone on Reddit is mad at him, how much he understands game development again, and how everyone is mad at him, and people on his pretentious Discord laughed at some stupid comments. Oh boy, how much do those comments misinterpret a guy who can barely construct a sentence, huh? And his Discord is so correct? I bet they were talking about how everyone misunderstood that. Oh, Valve wants to get the project out of the door, and are actually crunching.
Oh no, Reddit is mad at me. What have I done? So if you go back a few videos, I posted something about a guy who had posted an article that said Half-Life 3 nears the finish line as developers are reportedly moving to other projects, which it came up on my feed in Blue Sky. When I posted about it on Blue Sky, everyone rightfully laughed out loud.
Everyone rightfully laughed out loud.
Everyone laughed out loud. Yeah, Chet, of course they did. Of course they did, right. That sounds a lot like cope.
It was the funniest thing, because we make games, we understand game development. The idea that people, like there's no crunch, that, hey, Grand Theft Auto 6 is delayed because people are worried that they're not going to get enough vacation time in before it launches.
Oh, okay, now we are talking about GTA 6 apparently. What else unrelated can Chet say to look correct to his Discord crowd?
It's all hands on deck scramble, especially for something as big as this would be, right? But so, besides me being an alcoholic and all these other things... Also, hey, you know, when I quote an article, you can get mad at the article for being wrong, but it's really weird that you want me to quote an article that doesn't exist. But there's a couple in here that are really good. I assume this game, whenever it ends up being, has gone past crunch period, based on reports with a polishing optimization phase lasting nearly a year, and still no game announcement. Clearly this person's never worked on a game, and I should laugh. Like, I have no idea how to do your job either. I don't know, like, what are the best knee pads or whatever you do.
Oh, so you know game development, and you are totally not mistaking experience of making slop and intangibly attacking people with whatever you call game development. Okay, how do we develop a game, fund our game, get enough money to lead a team of developers without having leached off of Valve and living off of Valve benefit track record for years?
Lydia here is asking if I'll give feedback or a discussion about a game she's working on, starting from the very beginning, from scratch. Now, normally this is a red flag for me, but let's talk about this. And I say it's a red flag.
Oops, it's a red flag, everyone. Do we keep watching?
Because if you haven't started, if you haven't done anything, you're not going to make a game ever. Because there's no gatekeepers, there's no permission needed. You could just start working. But Lydia sent me this really nice DM, which made me think it was safe to make this video, where she talks in about all the music she makes, the art she makes, the little prototype of games she makes.
Oh, look, Chet, she actually made something in her life.
And they've even got, how does she describe it? So a synopsis of the game. So she's already put work in.
Oh, so game development is real? I thought it was just a fairy tale after having watched your videos.
That's something you could work with. If you have nothing, if you're just like, hey, tell me how to start making games, like, you got to do something. You got to get off your butt. You got to do some work, right? Nobody can help you do that. That has to come from you. Now she's asking me then about for feedback on this, and I told her to go to our Discord, and I'll put it up here, discord.gg/StrayBombay. The reason I say that is not the punt, because I'll have a conversation one-on-one.
Yeah, I really doubt that.
But the real value would be sharing it with our group, because I'm not your target audience. So I can't tell you. I don't have no secret. I'm not smart. Like, right? But I can give you some framework around to think about how you want to do it. And one of the things is sharing, getting feedback, and expressing it, right? And so... I owe somebody a response to their pitching to publishers and investors. And I then reached out to a bunch of publishers and investors to get some kind of framework to give them feedback on, and realizing I just have no idea, because I have no idea what's getting funded or anymore. And the stuff that is, I don't understand. And just saying AI isn't enough, because it's just junk. So yeah, it's just not the world I live in anymore. When I lived in that world, that was different. But it's just not. I'm making my game for me. I don't have to have it make money, so I don't care. But our community is pretty good. They're pretty creative. They're pretty good about giving feedback. They're pretty good about giving good, solid feedback, and not making it personal. So yeah, that's what I'll suggest. I don't know. I wish I was smart enough I could just answer questions and help people.
So you don't know. Okay, how do we get a job? Just any job.
Got a job swearing at people, by swearing at people. Just try that. Yeah, I don't know.
Aha.
Because we make games, we understand game development.
So how is that last hangover?
So optimization doesn't happen at the end of the project. Optimization has to happen throughout the project so that you can have play testing. That's how it works. Yeah, there's some extra at the end, but here's the deal also, not...
Chet, just have a sleep. We get it. The internet can be overwhelming. Shh. Choo-choo. Sleepy.
Bug fixing and optimization, all that isn't just engineers. It's the entire team. But that there's a game that's been sitting to the side for a year.
Portal 2 came pretty close to just being, if not killed, maybe it would have been come back again in some form later on, but it would have been, that team would have just disbanded and somebody might take another run at it years later or whatever.
Based on reports. Reports. It's just sitting on the side. Just holding it. Just holding it. That's as one does, right? That's never happened. And then I like this. Why would Valve have to crunch? Valve doesn't have shareholders to appease, and they don't need the money. As long as they don't make any promises publicly, they have no reason to rush development. Why would they have to crunch? Dota never had a release date and crunched. In fact, not having a release date, not having that pressure makes you crunch longer because you don't have a clear delineation of the work.
I don't know what's more funny. You saying that not having a release date and not having that pressure makes you crunch longer, unironically implying that you're stuck in an endless crunch against an invisible deadline. You coping about random cherry-picked comments as if they get funnier than your attempts to self-validate, or you saying you are making games.
In fact, not having a release date, not having that pressure makes you crunch longer because you don't have a clear delineation of the work.
So what he's essentially saying here is that Valve actually has longer crunch. Oh yes, they've been in that Half-Life 3 crunch for almost 3 decades. They are working on Half-Life 3 non-stop. They have to crunch in that labor-intensive environment. Ignore all those titles they've experimented with for years and abandoned. They are crunching hard. They've been crunching to meet deadlines longer. Valve is stuck in this long crunch culture. They crunch more, can you believe it? More like they crunch on snacks infinitely. Is this what he meant? He contradicted himself multiple times in this argument. He just said that Valve has no pressure, no release date, and that it makes them crunch longer. Are the invisible release dates and invisible deadlines in the room with us right now? Anyone who understands what a crunch is would burst out laughing at that statement. The truth is that Valve has no publisher pressure and has a lot of steam and side income revenue while developing their titles. They take time developing games and are treating every project like a way to try out new things and experiment. If something doesn't work out for them because they can afford it, they bin the project and move on to something else.
Why would they have to crunch?
They don't have to crunch or finish the project, which is what we've seen countless times with Valve. They make a project for years, and at some point they might cancel it. We've seen that with Left 4 Dead 3. It doesn't make you crunch longer. You don't have a manager coming up to you and telling you to crunch indefinitely in an endless crunch. In fact, lots of it comes down to choice, and I'll prove it. Otherwise, if they had a real crunch, they'd have released this game in a poor state a long time ago. And they would have worked in a crunch to patch everything. They don't throw very thin limited budget resources out to finish a project and meet a strict deadline like other less wealthy studios work. In fact, crunch in studios with release dates, with deadlines, where your back is against the wall, and after a release date, all make them crunch longer and the crunch is more severe. Try hard working overtime during development deadlines, before release date deadlines, after release date with updates. In such studios, crunch is very crunchy. Nothing at Valve makes you crunch longer, and it's easily proven with direct studies, which is what I'm about to do.
And so we put down Ep3 to go help Left 4 Dead.
Crunch is commonly described as long periods of compulsory overtime, which in the gaming industry, like any game developer would tell you, would usually occur because of deadline pressure. And while Valve might still have some form of schedule, it doesn't quite work the same way. And the problem here is, Chet is not just mixing up words, but he is unironically phrasing it as an endless infinite crunch. Let's see what Valve's own handbook has to say about that. While people occasionally choose to push themselves to work some extra hours at times when something big is going out the door, for the most part, working overtime for extended periods indicates a fundamental failure in planning or communication. If this happens at Valve, it's a sign that something needs to be reevaluated and corrected. If you're looking around wondering why people aren't in crunch mode, the answer's pretty simple. We want them to stick around and have a good balance between work and family and the rest of important stuff in life. So yeah, what we're seeing at Valve is not a typical crunch. When developers are working overtime for whatever reason, in the situation with Valve, it's more them getting stuck in thrash or churn. People occasionally choose to push themselves to work some extra hours when something is coming out, but sometimes they also don't and leave to other projects, which is what happened a lot of times with Valve projects. Valve themselves phrase it as a choice rather than internal and external pressure as a result of economical instability or harsh management and deadlines. Everything said here and the way Valve work, all the information advocate against having no deadline equals longer crunch. That is factually incorrect. There is no economical or any motivation to crunch Valve employees to rush development. This is why Chet is coping and his Discord and comments are out of touch and eating up all those distractions and misrepresentations in his videos. If there is no release date and no external pressure, with the money that Valve has, the team can remove the main mechanical trigger for compulsory overtime by moving the ship date and release when it's done, or simply not working overtime, and with the way Valve handles it, and handled some of the projects, as we've already seen in an interview, by the end of a project, some Valve employees leave to another project. You have some people willingly working overtime while others don't, and if something doesn't work out, the deadline moves. When people complain about Valve being privileged and how they handle the game development, they are completely correct. And yes, with fears that Valve have about their newer games, about the Half-Life series, pretty much everything that a big portion of the community says about Valve is pretty close to how they operate. Only a pretentious about that subject employee from Valve would tell you the opposite, because we know that Valve work very hard on Half-Life 3 for almost 3 decades. Right? Give me a break. That's completely pathetic. There is a study by Henrik Edholm for the University of Gothenburg for Department of Computer Science and Engineering called Crunch Time: The Reasons and Effects of Unpaid Overtime in the Games Industry. One of the quotes derived from there is the following: "The only reason for crunch is that you have a deadline that you need to meet. If every project would be the game is done when it's done, you don't really need to crunch." A company with a real crunch cannot afford that. Crunch doesn't just happen because game development has a variance in what sort of a process it is. Companies hire thousands of people, waste tons of resources and money. Money and time are very, very limited. Lack of money, of publishers, their investments, and the budget of a studio can make it so that they have to crunch. It's extremely high stakes business with everything stacked against them. It's almost like both publisher and the studio have collars around their necks and they have to deliver. Inside such game development studios, it would feel like both developers and higher-ups are at a gunpoint. Higher-ups having to set terrible deadlines, some with guilty consciousness, when something goes wrong or they lack the money, or in some cases just greedy and trying to speed this up, while the developers have to work overtime, or they lose their jobs and can't bring food to their families, get stuck in a crisis, and sometimes even break up. Everybody is a hamster in a wheel. Sometimes those deadlines are very aggressive, and higher-ups, developers, or both have to get all the fire from taking a very difficult decision to release an unfinished, low-quality product in hopes that they can make money back and fix with patches. It doesn't always work out that way, and when it doesn't, higher-ups might go bankrupt or get stuck in very difficult decisions in debt, while all the developers working overtime have to find another job, go through tons of stressful job interviews, perhaps take their families, move somewhere else, into a rented place, or they have to not see their families and live on their own while sending money to their own families. Shareholders, higher-ups, developers, everyone has to satisfy expectations. Do you understand any of this? Do you have any conception behind what some people go through? And no, it doesn't justify a bad product, which is what Chet is doing. It does not justify lack of quality. It does not mean, oh, please leave a positive review. That won't make a consumer happy. Chet was never a lead developer or a project lead behind Left 4 Dead. This is simply a label he uses, like armor, to pretend to be an experienced game developer, to feel good about making videos and having people watch them. Valve has or had a flat structure. He uses that structure to label himself a project lead. He uses no one being there to call him out as an opportunity to state a signal about something that doesn't exist. At Valve, developers work together. They take directions and advices from one another. Chet was only a writer. He didn't truly lead anything. He didn't come up with game mechanics, with the director, with anything core Left 4 Dead. He didn't design or program the game. None of those things. He wasn't even a senior at Valve back then. He only has some stretched, exaggerated examples of someone asking him for advice, so he thinks he led the entire project. I don't think I need to make another janitor example here to explain why it simply doesn't work, and if after watching this entire thing you still believe that he was somehow a project lead behind the game, this big Valve developer with knowledge, who knows what he's talking about, just because he speaks a lot, just because he made a vague video where he stretches the reality, then have fun believing more lies.
Wonder why Valve used to do, when I was there, all the VR events at a society that talked about the preservation of PC gaming? Yeah, wacky.
You're wrong. I'm right.
Every time he says right, he seeks validation. He wants someone to pat him on his back, and he himself isn't really that confident in what he is saying.
My kitty's over there. Right?
That one's the dumb one. Right? Right? Oh my god, I gotta respond to someone.
This is how Chet looked back in the day. He mentioned how he used to be very stressed and socially awkward, and we are supposed to believe that he came to a company with a flat structure and immediately became some project lead that everyone seeked development advice from. Those lies are extremely exaggerated and shameless. But no, he'll be there to feed you more false narratives. Yes, in less than a couple of years or so, they started carrying him on their hands and hoping that this project lead will direct the game's development and save their game. Oh yes, just this one guy there leading the entire project on his own. What would Valve do? Left 4 Dead would fall apart. You wanna know why he calls himself a project lead? Because there was no one else to claim being a project lead, as they had an actual job on the game. They had actual things to do. Company has a flat structure. This makes Chet's statements more hilarious. In a company like this, anybody more qualified can claim to be a project lead. It's just nobody did, because other people had an actual job on the game and actual focus on development, not status signaling or pretending. They left pretending to someone else. If project lead means the guy who talks the loudest about the project, then sure, he nailed it. And this is what he expects you to believe. And while yes, Chet did a little bit of voice directing, play testing, but so did almost everybody. He self-proclaims himself to be a project lead because he was there looking at others doing the actual work on the game. This part of the video is not made to undermine or downplay Chet. There is nothing to downplay, there is nothing to undermine. There are only a few inflated balloons to pop or bring them down back to earth. When you hire a guy from such a background into a big studio, this is the kind of thing you should expect. Have you ever seen that hated writer from Bethesda claim that he is this important project lead behind Skyrim and Fallout 4? There you go. Not even he does that. Except Chet, in all honest comparison, hasn't even done all that much.
I called myself in my head a writer for a really long time before I ever started writing. Because I just thought that's what I wanted to do, even though I didn't do it.
Wait. Actually...
So I've been the lead designer and writer of the Fallout games, senior designer and writer of Skyrim, and now I'm design director. At Bethesda, it's interesting because we actually have studio titles and project titles. So my studio title is design director, and that means I basically help oversee the design of every project that we do. Those roles sort of blend together where I'm helping lead the design on a project and I'm also helping all the designers with every aspect of the design. I got a job reviewing games for a website, and this is in the 90s, and the person I worked for asked me to become the editor-in-chief. And so that was a full-time position, and I dropped out of school and I started reviewing games. And one of the games I reviewed was Thief the Dark Project for Looking Glass, and I didn't even realize at the time that they were local to me. So I reviewed Thief, and I loved the game, and then when it came time for Looking Glass to do a sequel, Thief 2, they were hiring designers. So I approached them, and I'm like, hey, listen, I would like to do this. So that's how I got my first design job. When you go to GDC or a conference like that, don't think that your title or degree is really going to have that much meaning. Like someone once applied for a job with us who had a master's in game design and had never actually created anything. So we didn't hire him.
You know, Emil and Chet probably aren't that much different. Those people think they can wear labels left and right like it's nothing and teach people something. It's not 90s or early 2000s anymore. If you think or thought that people can't get job positions or any kinds of positions just because, and think there is some deep talent or skill involved, then remember this video. It's not always the case. We all depend on environment more than we depend on our individual selves. Don't believe it? Some people are born into rich families. Some people succeed by just existing. Sometimes you get a chance to work on something, to do something, and sometimes you don't. A lot of the time, it won't matter how much you try. Some people work all their lives for nothing. Saying that work or action is bound to bring you success and riches is complete nonsense, and those words of Chet prove that.
And you gotta get off your butt.
Perhaps he's not the right kind of person to tell you that. Actions are necessary, but in the chaotic world we live in, they may result into something completely unpredictable, and they usually do. And yes, you might try and find out, but it doesn't mean it won't do something harmful either, and end with regret or lifelong debt. Our imagination differs from reality. Every process, every living creature, every microorganism, everyone depends on environment, on each other. A construct of luck that at the same time implies a combination of random situations and processes is a result of direct situations and processes that we perceive as random, and all the things that make us who we are. You can't create a human being from one snap of a finger. Processes need to lead to other processes and result into something. This is how we, as humans, came to be. We come from small microorganism processes, from favorable environmental connections, not from something that we know or imagine. This is how we, as just a bunch of combinations of small elements, got united into this uniform living creature. And even then, we only think and believe that we are as a construct. All the things around us make us who we are. In order to stand, you need ground. Even then, it doesn't mean you won't fall right through it. It's all about a team of developers. Take one man out of that team and let them do something by themselves or with amateurs. Mostly it will be a train wreck that defies basic standards of game design. Back to writing. There was a time when Gabe Newell came up to Chet and confronted him about Chet writing a real story for Left 4 Dead. He said, "Write the story for Left 4 Dead or I'll write it myself." His answer was, "Well, everything that player does in the game is a story." Wow, isn't that a beautiful excuse? Guess it didn't work when you tried it, did it, Almir?
Chet is a fantastic veteran game developer, and he was talking about Left 4 Dead.
Yeah.
Because Gabe was apparently telling him, the game has no story, what is the game about? And he said it's a game about helping each other, about working together. And I just think that so clearly encompasses what Payday is about as well.
Yeah.
It's a co-op game. You help each other rob banks and get paid. And that's why we say robbing banks with friends, right?
There you go.
Boom.
There you go.
With that kind of statement, having a game where you stare into a black square would be considered story. Oh, you stare into a black square, that's the story. You breathe oxygen, that's the story. Who needs writers, right? Let's fire everyone. But really all it is just a tiny excuse for a game that doesn't do anything with its writing. Story in Left 4 Dead doesn't matter. Gameplay comes first. But just because gameplay comes first, it doesn't mean writing has no potential and you shouldn't do anything with it. You don't need cutscenes to do strong narrative and writing within cooperative gameplay. Left 4 Dead doesn't try. Helicopter crash, helicopter crash. So what, are we gonna run away to some island? How about we help others fight the zombies?
So this is really it. We're gonna run away to some island. So long, world. Good luck with all the zombies.
Listen to how she says this nonsense. Voice actors can deliver even the worst writing exceptionally. There isn't much to say about writing in Left 4 Dead, except that it has funny lines, which, in Left 4 Dead 1 and 2's case, is somewhat enough when it comes to the narrative. It isn't trying to be a realistic game that displays suffering and horror of the zombie apocalypse, and isn't a game that focuses on story, rather ambient narrative, because both Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 are focusing on a comedic, light-hearted undertone, where you are supposed to chew through zombies, which is why the so-called darker tone of Left 4 Dead 1 is nothing but a visual makeup that edgy teenagers sell as a darker and more mature game, when the game is just barely darker visually and is a simple corn with goofy voice acting.
Yoink, 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 yoink. yoink, 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 yoink. So I'm a girl, right? You guys wouldn't make a lady open up a death trap, right?
Pilot's license revoked. Dun dun dun!
But it doesn't mean it has no potential, but it is far from reaching the potential if we were to actually break it down. There isn't a real tonal contrast to speak about. Both are similar and tonally corny, with characters that are caricatures that can be described in one or few more words. Characters are one note, and most of the writing except the necessary callouts are just filler. Nearly every casual talk line in Left 4 Dead 1 is trying to be comedic. There is no real tonal complexity that Chet imagines when he talks about those characters on paper, because whatever appears in practice is more of a hangover sitcom comedy with one-dimensional characters. Chet doesn't know how to write multi-sided characters, he only writes one-pattern characters. And I think his approach to writing I touched upon earlier in the video, where he described Lance as a super rich guy who doesn't tease anybody, sums it up pretty well.
Like, writing is a thing that you often, and creating a character is a thing that you often don't really understand or even notice until you see something as an aberration of that character and you're surprised, right? Remember somebody saying, oh, in my current game, Anacrusis, Lance should tease somebody. You know, Lance is a super rich guy, he doesn't understand teasing, he doesn't understand that power dynamic. So one-dimensional video game characters, there's no depth to them.
Oh yes, Lance and Anacrusis, a caricature of a nanny softball rich guy. Chet has a very strange misconception of what a deep character is, because he lacks real experience in writing. His understanding of non-one-dimensional is completely backwards, because what he just described is one-dimensional, and that is the most ironic thing. Here's a biker who spams that he hates things in comedic ways throughout the game.
I hate hospitals. I hate hospitals. And doctors and lawyers and cops. I hate subways. I hate stairs. I hate elevators. I hate sewers. I hate helicopters. Wow. I love helicopters. I love them so much. I hate helicopters. I ever tell you how I feel about helicopters? I guess I did tell you.
Guys, everyone, I want to say something. I hate helicopters. I hate helicopters. I hate walking. I hate parades. I already hate this place. Let's get out of here. I hate latest issues. Thank God. I hate walking. I hate birds. The sign says, I hate Mondays. Man, tell me about it. Unless it's lasagna Mondays. I love lasagna. I hate Riverside. I hate steam pipes. Oh yeah, I love steam. I just hate the pipes. I hate the water. I hate lawyers. I hate lawyers. When are they gonna get done practicing law? I hate train yards. I hate small towns. You know what I don't hate? I don't hate mess. I hate planes. I hate Ayn Rand. I hate vans. I hate the woods. I hate tunnels. I love the goddamn army! Whatever. And all they got is this goddamn tape loop? Screw the goddamn army. Yeah, sandy beaches, coconuts, sand, beaches, sand. Wait a minute. I hate islands. And don't worry, I hate boats too. I hate fish. That's one of the ways I let fish know how much I hate them. I hate your good feelings. I hate this plant. I hate it now too. Hey, Lewis, did I ever mention how I feel about islands? I really hate islands. I hate these stupid generators. I hate suicide missions. I hate this. Oh my God, you hate stuff too? I hate tanks. I hate tanks. I hate tanks. 2 tanks! I hate the sound. Here, I was starting to hate this can. Hey, Alice, I hate your hat. I hate goodbyes. I hate snow. I hate the snow. I hate the cold. Car alarms. I hate mountains. So one-dimensional video game characters, there's no depth to them.
Here is a super positive guy acting positive.
Hey, Mr. Positive! We just crashed. You got something positive to say about that?
We're walking away from it, ain't we? Francis, why would you bet that we're doomed? On the bright side, look at all the great scenery we would have missed if we flew over this in a helicopter, huh? Damn, I had a good feeling about that helicopter too. I got a bad feeling about this. Oop, it passed. I think we're gonna be just fine. I'm in too good of a mood to get mad at you, Francis. Hey, Francis, I got a good feeling about wearing your skin as a pretty dress. Never thought I'd be happy to be heading to a deserted island. You know, I didn't like the idea of a deserted island at first, but I'm starting to get a good feeling about this. Stay positive, guys. We can handle this. Some cardio is just what we need. I got a good feeling about this island. Man, come on, cheer up. We're almost through. Oh, this ain't so bad. Well, it can only get better, right? Stay positive, guys. I got a good feeling about this. Humanity's gonna bounce right back. You watch. They made it. I told you guys they were gonna make it. See, Francis said you weren't gonna make it, but I said I had a good feeling about you. Francis said you weren't gonna make it, but I had a good feeling about you. You're gonna make it to New Orleans. I know you will. I got a good feeling about them. I think they're gonna be okay.
Here's a caricature of a veteran.
An assault rifle. This shit's getting more like NAM every second. An assault rifle. Man, this takes me back. A few years in the service might have slimmed you down and shut you up, Francis. I'll see peace back on Earth if I gotta murder every one of these bastards with my bare goddamn hands. Even being in a war doesn't prepare you for this. They never stop. They come at you, and they never goddamn stop. You call this a zombie apocalypse? Don't hold a candle to the great zombie attack of '57. You're doing this unit proud, kid. You're a credit to the squad, kid. Here we go. Back on your feet, soldier. You're not getting out of this fight that easy.
Here's Zoe, who just exists, the purpose of whom is to make movie references that fall short and are nearly non-existent.
Things like this never end well. Groovy.
It slimed me! Game over, man! Game over! Almost there. Almost there. Go! Proclaim liberty throughout all the lands and to all the inhabitants thereof. You finally did it. You maniacs! You blew it up! God damn you! God damn you all to hell! Remember, Soylent Green is people! Remember, Soylent Green is people.
Oh, nice. A cabin in the middle of nowhere. I know how this movie ends.
Hey, Francis, look! We're passing gas. Farting.
So one-dimensional. Video game characters, there's no depth to them.
Beyond those phrases, there really isn't anything more to their personalities. He basically defined who the characters are, wrote dialogue around who those characters are by narrow definition, and didn't go through with it to make it to believable, emotionally complex characters, rather than awkward but charming caricatures.
We made it! I can't believe we made it!
Son, we just crossed the street.
If that were to be the whole point, then Chet wouldn't be so defensive about it. Unless he thinks that being defensive about fairly generic writing is a good idea, which in his case is honestly not so surprising. For those who fast-forwarded in the video, Chet giving you writing lessons is like a random guy who wrote a few generic jokes, thinking he's a master at writing. And this is though Chet really did, considering he didn't write much else except Portal 2 Co-op, CSGO, and got carried by other writers for Half-Life episodes. Oh, and of course, Dice's speech with Gabe Newell and J.J. Abrams. Almost everything they said in that interview was written by Chet. So that whole movie thing was just a fake speech for Gabe Newell's award acceptance. Not like anyone wants J.J. Abrams to direct a movie nowadays. Again, if we compare how much writing was done by Laidlaw, Erik, and Jay, it becomes pretty clear. And it's not even about how much, it's about quality. All this Portal 1 and 2 writing, which is honestly the closest you can get to the actual proper writing at Valve, was done by Erik.
They told me never, never, ever to disengage myself from my management rail, or I would die. But we're out of options here, so get ready to catch me, alright, on the off chance that I'm not dead the moment I pop off this thing. On 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3! That's high. It's too high, isn't it really, that? Alright, going on 3 just gives you...
While Half-Life was obviously driven by Laidlaw.
Okay, it's human. Hello? Take it easy in there. You're safe now. You don't have to forget the scanning process. We can't take any chances. Dr. Freeman? Gordon Freeman? Is that you? You've made it here this quickly, but Eli is going to be amazed not to mention the lead. I'm Dr. Mossman, Dr. Judith Mossman. I've been hearing about you since long before the Black Mesa incident. Ah, Black Mesa. I just so envy you working with Eli and Dr. Carter when they were at the top of their field. Ah, there we go. You can come through now. I'll take you down to Eli right away. You would never forgive me if I kept you waiting. We could certainly use the extra help around here. We've covered a lot of ground the last few months, but things would be so much faster if we had more people with your training. We're closing in on a reliable local teleport technology. Something the Combine still hasn't mastered. Eli thinks their portals are string-based, similar to our Claudia model, but they fail to factor in the dark energy equations. They can tell us through from their universe, but once they're here, they're dependent on local transportation. If they knew we were doing with entanglement. Listen to me, I sound like a postdoc. I'm just so excited to think that we'll finally have the chance to work together. Oh, yes. Dr. Carter compresses Zen Relay far beyond anything he imagined with Black Mesa. We figured out how to use Zen as an unpressed access, effectively a dimensional slingshot, so we can swing around the border world and come back to the local space. Oh, here's Eli now. Alright, good. Eli, look right down to the airlock. Gordon Freeman. Let me get a look at you, man. My God, you haven't changed one iota. How do you do it? let's see. The last time I saw you, I sent you up for help after the residence cascade. I never thought it would take you this long to get back to me.
Let's not speak about the Saints Row writer who got hired to Valve and started writing Deadlock and a bunch of other stuff. That's a bar even lower. At this point, it's safe to state that Chet received free money benefit from Valve for doing almost no actual work for most of his time at Valve. Like those people living off of government benefits in France, but severely more spoiled. Actual writers starve, while this kind of quote-unquote writers get free money benefit from a big corporation for just being there. And they can't even write properly and put effort. Valve is like a high school, where you pretend you did your homework, but you somehow get paid.
Alright, let's roll. Let's roll.
Humor of writing is the main primary focus of writing in Left 4 Dead 1 and 2, but even then, it's pretty weak and carried by voice actors primarily. Chet tried to do the same thing in Anacrusis, but lacked character designers, good voice actors, so there was no one to carry a shallow writing. Good voice actors does not equal good writing. And while there are occurrences where it can make you smile, it's phrases that are very few and far between. This is why it is important to distinguish writing, character design, and voice acting. It's not the same thing. Characters in Left 4 Dead pretty much do nothing but run around and act annoying. You don't get to see other sides to their personality.
Oops. I'd like to put it to a... I'd like to put it to a... Francis. Quiet, Zoe. Quiet, Zoe. I got a good feeling about this. I got a good feeling about this. Where we don't have to fight any more zombies. Oops. Great. Unless it's great. That's right. Zoe. I'm not Zoe. Where at the mall? Right. Seconded. Looks like we're walking again.
Writing in this game is basically just constant meaningless trash talk, the kind you expect from Chet's Blue Sky. Yep, that's all the writing really is in this game. It entirely bases itself on voice actors and voice directors attempting to pull out an otherwise lackluster writing. There is no advancing narrative in the dialogue, no real character development. Dialogue has nothing to say, characters are one-dimensional, dialogues are entirely based on humor, with a very tiny exception in Sacrifice campaign. Yet it still uses a theatrical irony all the way through even in that campaign. It is a core of how Chet writes dialogues and Blue Sky posts. It is a core of Left 4 Dead's writing in dialogues.
Yeah! Birds are dicks.
Unless it's lasagna Mondays. I love lasagna.
Free copy paper? Sweet! The apocalypse was totally worth it. Hey, Francis, look! We're passing gas. Farting.
And the only way you'd justify a lack of integral parts of believable writing is that gameplay comes first. And it doesn't change anything about this game's writing. It doesn't change that it has almost no effort and is a filler, that the cast is trying to pull out desperately. Narrative, writing, dialogue miss the mark and lack qualities. You can read all the dialogues from the game on Left 4 Dead's wiki, and it will become clear that there's very little lines in the actual game, and they aren't really establishing anything beyond a gimmick and a filler. It doesn't lack value completely because humor is still there and line delivery can make you smile, but you've got voice actors to thank for that. Your uncle telling you an anecdote about how he went fishing can also bring you value in terms of humor, mostly because of how bad and awkward that anecdote is, because of the voice he delivered that anecdote with, but anything can. It doesn't make his anecdote good, and it doesn't make it quality just because it made you laugh from a shallow story delivered in an awkward way. Left 4 Dead humor doesn't scratch the surface of a consistently funny writing in places where it's trying to be funny. It's a large hit and miss, with very little writing and no actual good writing to speak about, because it lacks integral parts of believable writing that doesn't solely rely on voice actors acting lively, and also severely lacks content. It's bare bones, it is not advancing, it does not push itself forward, it does not explore the potential and opportunities, it does not improve, it does not show characters from different angles. That would be too much for Chet. Everything is plain caricature and plain, mostly bad humor with very rare glimmers of sadness when some character dies. But that's pretty much it. It does not go anywhere and no effort was put into it. Dialogue in Left 4 Dead boils down to something that simple. There are no real issues explored in a dialogue between the characters, there isn't much to their mentality, and their mindset is locked on theatrical irony or their own caricatures. There is a tiny place where that's almost not the case, only in the Sacrifice campaign.
Look, we're gonna find that sailboat right around the corner, you just watch.
Lewis, if you don't stop being positive, I'm gonna sink the boat just to make you sad.
Thinking positive? Got me where I am, Francis.
About to die in a brick factory? Cause I'm about to do that too. And I got to complain about shit the whole time.
But he still doesn't manage to get out from theatrical irony.
So one-dimensional. Video game characters, there's no depth to them.
So what about those exceptions in the Sacrifice campaign that are trying to be more serious?
Keep your computers, emails, whatever, just give me a pen and paper. They didn't have electricity when I was born.
Oh, that's not it, that's not it.
Zoe, you still mad?
Whatever. Let's just go. Whatever. I don't care. Whatever. I don't care. Sure. Whatever. Sure, whatever. Those people still dead? Good thing we left all those people behind so we could escape. Great! Maybe we can meet some new people and leave them behind. Are you kidding me? This is the middle of nowhere. We left all those people behind for this?
Train ride's over, you gotta focus. This isn't gonna be easy. Pull yourself together. If not for me, then for them.
Here's the emotional reaction of Zoe to Bill's sacrifice. Check out an enormously emotional, sad writing.
Bill, you did it! We're safe! We're safe. Bill, you did it! We're safe! Bill, you did it! We're safe! Bill, you saved us! We won't forget you, Bill! I'm sorry, Bill! I love you! Bill! Bill, you did it! You did it!
Oh, wait.
We are safe. We are safe. Bill, you did it. You did it. I will miss you.
Nothing prepares you for this. I cheered, I shouted, I fist pumped the air, I cried, I stood and cheered. It's absolutely everything that you hoped it was going to be.
This is all the writing does. It doesn't even try. You can hire a random person off the street to write you more emotional lines that don't feel low effort. Apart from that, there's just more jokes and more of this humor I was describing.
Bill! It should have been Lewis! It should have been Lewis!
We're safe! Yeah, we're safe, Bill! You did it, buddy! You really did it!
I could have predicted that. Lewis is dead! Thanks, Lewis!
See, the writing is one-tone and one-dimensional even during moments like this. There was no real effort put into it. That's not to say that the sacrifice itself happens with no proper writing build-up and has no effort to make the moment significant. It's extremely lackluster and just happens, with characters joking it off. It lacks emotional value and yet again reinforces what I was criticizing about the writing, about how it barely ever tries to explore anything and to do anything apart from being a filler. Left 4 Dead's writing not being perfect would be an understatement. Its writing is a shell of writing. It is focused on gameplay, which is a good thing, but it does not save the narrative and dialogue of the game from criticism. Other exceptions of what we could count as outside of humor are just generic directional lines of go here and go there.
Get on the lift!
Hurry!
This way! Well, hell, let's try the sewers.
Also when characters are injured, which is mostly a necessary health state appropriate writing.
Oh man,
Thanks,
every damn
Gimmicky.
thing
What
hurts.
is it?
You're fine, Zoe.
Small exceptions include character getting surprised from the destroyed airport or something along those lines.
Man, this is gonna take forever to rebuild. They really trashed this airport.
But those are small short lines rather than parts of a clear, bigger intent to diversify the tone. Characters don't ease up on being video game dolls that are cartoonishly bound by their inherent one-dimensional archetypes. In other words, there is no depth. Characters have no deep traits. Characters act like they're self-aware that they're in a video game. Same thing all the way through both games. And when it tries to convey something deeper for the first time with Nick, it ultimately fails and falls short. Writing in Left 4 Dead isn't as good as you remember it being, or thought it should have been in theory. Story in a video game, narrative in a game like this does matter, but it is not a necessity. In comparison to Left 4 Dead 1, in Left 4 Dead 2 there was a potential to push storytelling and narrative forward, to do real character development, but it didn't use that potential. The game was yet again rushed. Writing is essentially doing a rehash of the same thing, but with marginal improvement in consistency due to more linked campaigns. So yeah, the main premise is humor.
Your mom's car.
And even if you're going to be fanatically cherry-picking some small phrases here and there, those will be rare, dry exceptions, because that's all Left 4 Dead's writing really is. One-dimensional and silly haha, except for rare cases of characters' death, where voice actors are trying to be as sad as possible.
God damn it, Zoe, wake up!
No.
Voice directors and voice actors did a good job here, didn't they? But it's mostly riding on voice actors' shoulders with a very generic writing, and even then it doesn't have a good enough impact because player is going to respawn in a closet around 1 minute.
I need some help!
I'm here. But thanks.
Here's Chet himself confirming it with his own words.
Great dialogue in your game. You want to have characters that sound natural, that are funny or scary or insightful or whatever. I tend to go with funny. I need some place to start, and I need a place to come from, and then, like, I'll get mad at my own bad writing. But, like, how did you not know how to tell this joke? Like, you have to set it up here, have this thing in the middle where they're unsure, and then you hit them with the joke at the, like, right, like, even that, like, I'll just be like, oh my God, I'm an idiot. And so I'll say it out loud and I'll practice it. But then you remember, you're going to hand it off to an actor. And that actor is going to be talented. You kind of got to make that assumption. And they're going to be able to take your line and they're going to be able to hone off those rough edges and really make it feel their own, because they're going to make it for their character, because they don't want to look like a fool, right? They want to sound natural. So a lot of it's just riding on their back.
The main problem with character writing in Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 is that inherent archetypes of characters dictate their whole focus and mentality in almost every dialogue. It is excessive and highly comical. That means if a dialogue happens, their predefined made-up archetypes are consistently dictating everything they are about to say as if they're robots. It is too fixated on a main and only archetype. This is why Louis confirms that he's thinking positive.
Thinking positive got me where I am, Francis.
And why Francis says he's got to complain about everything the whole time.
And I got to complain about shit the whole time.
And worst part about it is that Chet is not even aware of that. He described characters being one-dimensional inside Left 4 Dead by himself through a dialogue, never noticed it, and thought they are not one-dimensional because of a backwards understanding I touched upon earlier. All those thoughts, shapes he imagines about these characters, never translated into the game and never took place under any narrative writing angle. So if we were to speak if dialogue in Left 4 Dead is realistic, it isn't. Actors create an illusion, when the writing itself is highly primitive and narrow on every level.
Remember somebody saying, oh, in my current game, Anacrusis, Lance should tease somebody. No, Lance is a super rich guy. He doesn't understand teasing. He doesn't understand that power
And in every dialogue that Chet writes, this inherent main one-pattern archetype dictates everything they're about to say in nearly every dialogue in the game. Same perfectly goes for Left 4 Dead. Those characters are comically narrow. In real life, people are inconsistent, and archetypes of people are a significant but small element, tangled and mixed into something larger. But a one-pattern archetype generally does not dictate humanity in every dialogue, as if it's some sort of a comical nonsense, especially given the circumstances the survivors are in. And if we were to say that characters are meant to be as bright as possible in their presentation, it's mostly delivered through character design and acting. The game is not trying to be realistic, but it doesn't mean that you have to sacrifice potential character depth. This is why Chet is a bad writer, because he doesn't understand what makes writing. He doesn't understand techniques and depth.
So one-dimensional. Video game characters, there's no depth to them.
Sure, not all video game characters are one-dimensional, but yours are. So I guess cope about it. You think Nick isn't? Sarcasm, sarcasm, sarcasm. Comically dictated by an archetype. I'll cover Nick as a character soon. Again, all those characters are very comical. Just for one example, let's take a look at one of the main characters of GTA, Trevor for example. We know that he is supposed to be a deranged psychopath character as a driving archetype, but there is so much depth, layers and more archetypes to Trevor that in many cases it creates a complex duality. In every dialogue he wrestles with his own emotions rather than being commonly dictated by an archetype. His actions are inconsistent, contradictory. First you believe he is this character, then another. Chemicals in his head are flowing differently and into different directions, just like with other characters, and yet they are still who they are. Because this is how you write a non-one-dimensional character. He's meant to be a very obsessively honest and loyal person who does not see and distinguish right and wrong of a commonly civilized person. He does not care if someone is not gonna call something he's doing not normal. But just like almost every character in the game, there is depth, questioning, attempt from a character to process what's going on, instead of theatrically painting one-note irony like in Left 4 Dead. Difference in writing is night and day. Chet, on the other hand, is too fixated on a character not being this and not being that, completely missing the point that he is writing one-dimensional characters as a result, not realizing what makes mentality and psychology of a human diverse. In my opinion, writing in Left 4 Dead is okay and doing its job for a game that it is, but no amount of okay and even no amount of good and great gives something a privilege to not be criticized. What I'm discussing here is what writing could have been in theory, what it is and what it is not. The only people who think that writing in Left 4 Dead is good are the ones who spam vocalizers out of context and turn the game into an unintentional YTP.
Full.
Hold up, I gotta heal. A month ago, I would have picked 10 zombie movies. Now, like 10 documentaries on how to build a shelter, catch food, and make toilet paper.
How you doing?
I could shoot you where you stand.
I've smelled worse.
Cover me!
Ho ho ho! Don't be an ass, Zoe. Everyone locked and loaded? Ready?
No! Get him off me! Get him off me! He's crushing me! He's crushing me!
Whoa!
Chet is upset about the facial actor for Nick making the small shot video.
And I find this video pretty offensive, not just for the domestic violence as a punchline to a joke, but also to the idea that Nick is so one-dimensional. In video game characters, there's no depth to them, where Nick, I think, brings a lot of depth to him. While he has swindled and conned people, he also has a caring and a love for those people around him that are in his life and protects them and fights for them, even as he good-naturedly jokes around with them and comments on them.
Helicopter! It is a helicopter! You call that thing a whirlybird one more time, I'll beat you so bad, your sister's gonna wish she never gave birth to you. I'm telling you for the last goddamn time! Lower the goddamn bridge! You greasy vest-wearing monkey! That's terrific, Cupcake. Look, is there a man up there that maybe we can talk to?
Now, be clear, like, writing is a thing that you often, and creating a character is a thing that you often don't really understand or even notice until you see something as an aberration of that character and you're surprised, right? Now, that to me isn't funny. That to me is a weak character. That to me is Nick, not a dominant character who's in charge of his situation, who's seeing above and making plays and thinking it through and actually scamming people.
In these videos, he's completely stuck up about his characters not being one-dimensional, and Nick being this deep character. Nick's writing is nothing special. There isn't even one impactful dialogue where Nick opens up as a caring, serious and deep character. Dialogues in this game last for around few seconds, and those few seconds are taken up by humor, rather than the actual character development. Nick could have been a much better character than what he is in Left 4 Dead 2, and that goes for every character, because all he is in Left 4 Dead 2 is just a sarcasm guy who's trying to act tough with a glimmer of insecurity, only it's not clear if that insecurity is intentional or is derived from the writer. On an idea level, we could say that Nick is progressively becoming more accustomed to the survivors, and becomes less hostile throughout the campaigns, but that would be quite a stretch. On a very minimal level, slight advancement becomes apparent in Parish campaign in just a few Nick's phrases.
Oh, sure.
This used to be a beautiful city. If things were different, I could really enjoy this place. This is all messed up. These bodies are not infected.
Jesus, these are people. They were shooting people. I told you I had a bad feeling about this.
But character does not truly advance and develop, and the rare occurrences in that campaign aren't even notable. Parish is actually catastrophically lacking dialogue and any sort of writing, despite being a closure campaign. And it's not that they didn't have time or anything like that. Parish was the first campaign they developed for Left 4 Dead 2. Most effort went into the first 3 levels, and that's it. Literally, that's it.
Chet, get ready.
The entire writing effort was spent on first 3 levels, after which characters never really go anywhere. It's very funny how Nick is the only real example Chet makes, as if it's the highest pillar of his writing. But even here he didn't quite deliver. The only place where he appears to care is if you come up and help someone, but it would be written off as a typical convention of gameplay, which is what many people view it as. Outside of that, Nick does not open up in any real efficient way. Characters need to develop. They need to explore more layers beyond that in the actual dialogue. Chet would probably say,
"Oh, we tried to make Nick progressively be more open or kinder to survivors. Oh, there is character development. Oh, we tried to open characters up."
That's a complete lie. There are a few cherry-picked accidental lines here and there, but they are barely scraping a surface of what could have been an actual intentional exploration of character development. Also, Nick acts more like Squidward from SpongeBob. He doesn't feel like a brutal but troubled conman. It's just a soft, insecure Squidward, with Squidward somehow acting more realistically. Chet has a lot of writing lessons to extract from SpongeBob. Some players would tell you that Nick is just a very simple criminal character who would hurt anyone and doesn't care. or a gambler, or whatever. I know someone who played this game for over 100 hours and thought Nick has a medical degree, and Chet is out there mad about his own lack of effort on actual character presentation. Of course you have those quote-unquote misconceptions, because they are not misconceptions, they are interpretations based on your work, but interpretation of an author is only one interpretation, one little interpretation of an author that, if needed, can easily be dismissed and interpreted differently by millions of people. You hold your own interpretation, but it's all fantasy, a work of fiction. That's why there is no real canon, no real official, no real anything. There is writer's fantasy at play and fantasy of other people through different lands. Except that's not really what's going on here. All it is just a passionate achievement of an alcoholic beverage. Also, speaking about stuff I wrote, I recommend checking my special stories for Left 4 Dead I wrote few years ago in my Steam guide, and especially Walking Distance from Heaven fiction I wrote specifically for this video in just 1 week. Why it was written for this video? It should become clear upon reading the whole thing. Links are in the description. Chet can learn a lot from my writing. I recommend Chet to read it, otherwise he's not gonna learn what real writing looks like. Left 4 Dead is a very notable early exploration of adaptive gameplay based on players' performance. As simple as it is, it never got further than that in other video games, if we don't count skill-based matchmaking and 50% forced win rate in multiplayer PvP games.
Guys, easy Mirage and Dust 2, it's their best times, guys. They always win Mirage and Dust, please ban. Mirage and Dust, guys. Good job.
There was never quite a system like it, that takes the strengths of Left 4 Dead's director system and improves it, because it requires a lot of programming with a lot of weight scaling of the way players play, and extremely thin adaptation of the mechanics. It's a lot easier to make a typical movie game with cutscenes, or a game with static situations, than to base your entire game around a specific replayability-based system.
Either. You don't save you.
Damn you, Bree, you let it go.
You haven't seen
Really? Go ahead,
it's hard to find.
It's necessary.
This package, you real time. I'll send them over. Judith?
We're doing what I could
They
never
know
do.
you
Sorry.
betrayed them. They'll
Come on. Hey, that's him. There he is. Damn it! Oh my god. We never have. I can't shut it down. Do your worst.
But such a replayability-based system can turn out to be golden for the player. However, barely anyone ever really refers to Left 4 Dead as a game with that cool system. Simply because of how bare bones and conditioned the actual game is, whereas certain restrictions outright ban or prevent randomization or certain situations, which makes the game far more static and far less replayable. Sadly, the director hasn't been fleshed out more than that, as Valve simply ditched Left 4 Dead 2 and never came back to improve or change certain aspects. All it has is an idea that somewhat functions, but was never configured in a way that would make the systems of the director something far more impactful, because the exploration of the director Valve had was very early in development, and they never quite followed up on it. The director in this game occasionally is so minimal that many players still don't know it exists or what it really does. I'll start by saying that Director 2.0 in Left 4 Dead 2 was simply a marketing stunt. It's more like Director 1.1, and even then, only if you're being generous. Speaking about marketing stunts, Chet kept falsely advertising Left 4 Dead 2 and trying to oversell the director in older interviews. Not surprising. And that's not to say that Left 4 Dead 2's page itself falsely advertises itself, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was also written by Chet. There he is BSing yet again that this is some new AI Director 2.0 that changes level layout, world objects, weather, and lighting to reflect different times of day.
I kind of remember the city a little different.
It literally never happened, but it's actually extremely easy to implement. So, I don't know, Valve. That's kind of cringe.
Maybe they thought it's gonna be too annoying or something, I don't know.
No, I suspect they intended to do it, but they just could not make it happen because they didn't know what to do. I'm just gonna be straight with you, they just don't know how to use Source. Probably. It doesn't make sense that they would advertise this and not implement it, even though this is like extremely easy to implement. Like, why advertise this if it's not even true though? Like they're actually asking to get criticism, but they're not gonna get criticism because, like, as I said, Valve fans nowadays, they're just kind of just lobotomized at this point. It's not even that funny. It's just kind of true.
Mm-hmm. Firstly, there is only one campaign in the game with quote-unquote dynamic weather. However, rainstorm that also spawns cheap fog around you directly correlates to a horde.
Here comes the rain!
So it's basically just a simple timer. It's really not that complex to even allude it to the director. Secondly, level layout thing is just a meaningless team health check that happens once you hit a trigger, and yet again it's very underused anyway. Great idea, but highly gimmicky. You're going to get a few nuisance outcomes depending on team health, but if you were buying the game for the so-called Director 2.0 and dynamic level layout manipulation, then you'd be disappointed. What about world objects? Oh look, mannequins have changed their place. Look, different props are placed a bit differently. What a meaningful big change that people totally noticed, even so many years later.
Bullshit.
Let's see, what else? Oh, of course. Lighting to reflect different times of day. Here he completely got carried away. It's hilarious. Was he confusing HDR for dynamic lighting or something? The only place where you can prominently see that lighting becomes different is in Sacrifice campaign, and even then it's all just area specific, not actual dynamic map lighting. As soon as you step out from a location back, it comes back. Chet was yet again not entirely honest. The truth is, the director is largely the exact same, and it's even configured almost the exact same, as almost every single value is directly copy-pasted from Left 4 Dead 1. Everything else is a bunch of detached health checks, so yes, they haven't really revamped the game's director to charge as much money as they did in release. It's just an update they were cooking for 1 year and took money from people, despite promising that the whole thing would be free. Oh, Valve is such a good company. Oh, it totally didn't popularize microtransactions and loot boxes. I like microtransactions and loot boxes. I really do. I'm not joking. Valve did a good job. Everybody in the community either mythologizes the game's director and attributes speculative factors to it that don't exist, or doesn't know anything about it. I will explain what the director does and what it does not do in practice, in a very easy to understand way, without the speculation and the confusion you would often get from all the misinformation. The first easy example I'd make is a crate system Valve introduced in Half-Life 2 Episode 2, where upon breaking the crates, there is a check system that determines what item you're going to get based on what you need the most. If you need health more than ammo, you get health, and vice versa. Rather than giving you something that you don't need, it gives you items more relative to the needs of a player. There is even a system regarding grubs. The more injured the player is, the more health they are going to get from the grubs. In parallel, in Left 4 Dead, the director is essentially a way to make the game non-static, but also not entirely random. On an idea level, it's supposed to be an adaptive system that helps the players if they're doing poorly, gives them a rebreather, and then returns to normal. It gives you zombies to kill, but it can also remove them. In Left 4 Dead and Left 4 Dead 2, the director is just a generalized term, an entry in the code that is, in theory, one system, but in reality a set of separate subsystems that are in some ways directly dependent on one another, and some aren't. They aren't all coordinated. Boss spawns use card deck, items use density, while common zombies and special zombies are tied to separate director stages. So it's not even a real intricate coordinated director system, Valve just calls it director to flex, and shoved all those subsystems under the so-called AI director, even so it's a cope. It's a bunch of separated, limited and simple systems. That means some things are a direct result of the way players play, mostly how much damage players take and how many enemies they kill, while other systems are either loosely connected or heavily disconnected. This is a gimmicky, simple but functional system. When the map first loads, the system has already selected, predetermined by the mapmaker, item spawn points, on where to spawn pills and adrenaline. It doesn't spawn items on the fly, it is predetermined. What it does do, it does a health check on non-expert difficulties of Left 4 Dead 2 and can convert pills into first aid kits based on progression. On lower difficulties, if a player needs a first aid kit and not pills, it just replaces pills with a first aid kit. Expert difficulty does not do that. Weapons are even more limited. You can always remember spawn points of weapons. Ammo, same thing.
Ammo here!
All Valve really did is make the whole thing even less adaptive on expert difficulty because it won't convert pills into first aid kits. Health items will be wherever they are, just because the map has already selected, designated by the map maker spawn points. Let's move on to the way the actual enemies spawn. Let's start with bosses. Why do you need a boss in a game with quote-unquote adaptive system? Logically, it would be because you were doing too well. Yet again, that's not what's going on in Left 4 Dead. It's not really adaptive here either. Boss population is a simple algorithm. Basically, there are 3 cards: tank, witch, blank. The director shuffles the deck and draws a card each time it wants to spawn a boss. The only constraint is that the system doesn't allow 2 of the same cards to happen next to each other. So that also means tanks and witches cannot spawn next to each other. So once you get a grasp of it, you know that it can't and won't happen. Not only that, but the area around the witch is being cleared of zombies, so you can easily identify where she is, as if that red lighting on her head, crying, and music playing from far away haven't given it away.
God damn it, the line's blocked. Whoa! Witch! Hold up, that witch is ready to pounce.
There you go. It doesn't matter if you're struggling, it doesn't matter what you're doing. The game will just spawn either a witch or a tank, just because. Not adaptive. Not only that, but it generally also spawns tanks and witches at exactly the same areas, on the same map, even if you fail and restart. Talk about replayability. The spawns of tanks and witches in Left 4 Dead 2 in particular are also very limited. The reason why that happened is because due to Valve's balancing, they were driving square pegs to get to what you would call a fair gameplay. Tank is a bullet sponge, so they generally prohibit bosses on some of the very first maps of Left 4 Dead 1 and 2. In the first map of No Mercy, they block off Tank specifically, because otherwise, Tank will absolutely decimate players. But it's not because it's a good call on balancing or anything like that. It's because the fundamental balance is old-fashioned, and I'll touch upon it later in the video. Some maps have tanks and witches completely prohibited, not only maps, but even areas like the beginning of Crash Course. In Left 4 Dead 1 they were allowed to spawn, but there you could also get 2 tanks per map, with the last tank sometimes spawning out of thin air right in your view, next to a safe house. In Left 4 Dead 1, you could get into the first closet and expect a tank there. In Left 4 Dead 2, on the same map, in the same area, it's prohibited. Other areas where spawns are prohibited are most of the events where you have to run.
Hell, I think we gotta go through this tunnel.
The worst prohibit would probably be the Death Toll tank prohibit, where there is a tunnel with physical cars that tank can toss around, clearly intended for tank. In Left 4 Dead 1, he is not prohibited. In Left 4 Dead 2, tank can never spawn here. It would make sense because you only have tier 1 weapons at the very beginning, and they would want you to progress and find better weapons in other maps. But that would be an excuse, and all those prohibits do is meddle with replayability and make gameplay more predictable. But Valve had to do that to account for their own bullet sponge expert difficulty high damage tank balance. I think you know where I'm going with this. All of it could have been avoided with full potential for replayability and no blocks whatsoever had the balance been different. And because you only get one tank per map in Left 4 Dead 2, it becomes highly predictable yet again, but if there were more of them it would be tedious because of how Valve balanced the game. What do you do when tanks in the game are not adaptive, spawning just because, and have a ton of health? You make sure they are blocked from spawning in some places, where it would feel unfair. Those compromises arise from a flawed, fundamental groundwork of the game's balance. If the groundwork is proper, that wouldn't be necessary. A better balance would be so flexible that you wouldn't need to block a tank. Also, hordes and specials are prohibited from spawning during an active tank. This is where you can expect no new specials and no new hordes. You're just focusing on the tank. There is nothing unpredictable except a very buggy tank rock that can get you through a cover. No anything dynamic. Just your team and the tank.
Look, man. Thanks.
However, if you run past that tank, and if a horde and specials are supposed to spawn according to the timer, then it cancels the block and spawns them. This is actually the only semi-efficient rushing prevention in the entire game, because really it's the only rushing prevention in the game, period. So we've settled tank and witch spawns of the director, let's move on to a core pacing part of the director that affects wandering zombies, hordes and special infected. There are 4 stages of the director that affect frequency and presence of zombies on the map: build up, sustain peak, peak fade, and relax. There is also a director intensity system corresponding with the stages. Every player gets an invisible intensity score by either taking damage or killing zombies, as you can see here on the interface. This interface is generally hidden from the players, but reading what stage you're in is extremely easy nonetheless once you understand how it works. If at least one player reaches maximum intensity, it doesn't matter how many players reached it. There will be a gimmicky stage shift to sustain peak, then to peak fade, and then to relax. After that, it starts all over again with build up. The game generally starts either at relax or build up, depending on some internal inconsistency, but the intended one is build up. Build up is the beginning, but it is also the end. What I mean by that is that build up is essentially the combat stage. As soon as you're in build up, you're expected to be in combat. Build up means everything regarding timers of when the hordes are going to happen, run and trigger normally. Zombies spawn somewhere from the front, on slightly varied positions, based on the progression and navigation meshes set by the mapmaker. They spawn normally, and special infected also spawn based on timers.
Witch! This way! You're gonna be held if you keep aggravating that witch! Everyone to the station!
Don't shoot the car!
There's a safe place up ahead. Assemble in the safe room.
In build-up, everything essentially runs in a circular timer. First, the game delays specials so that players can explore a little bit for 60 seconds, all the way up to 180 seconds. That means as soon as you are out of safe house, you can expect 0 specials for an entire minute or more, which is easily abusable and prone to rushers, because they can safely run all the way through the entire first map of No Mercy or Dead Air with essentially nothing stopping them.
Through here. There's a look out!
Then it keeps spawning specials again and again like a clock, generally one by one, plus minus every 45 seconds with fairly short timing variance between them, until there are only 3 specials at play. That means you can't get overwhelmed by 4 specials at once. There is a limit at 3 specials. You can expect the next special again 45 seconds after you kill the first one. There can also be only 1 special infected of one kind. There can only be 1 smoker, jockey, speeder, hunter, charger, and even boomer. You'd expect the game to be more unpredictable and give you a bit more of them, but it doesn't. It's highly predictable and configured in a highly static way. No fun situations where you can get more than 1 boomer or more than 1 smoker. There can also be only 2 Dominator special infected. Yeah, the name is kinda funny if you think of certain contexts. Dominator means special infected who can pin you down. Only 2 of those and 1 boomer and speeder to potentially accompany them. Now let's move on to wandering zombies. Those are normal zombies on the map. There can only be roughly 30 zombies on the map at once, with very small exceptions when it might spawn a bit more during rare moments in events or finales. That means as long as there are 30 zombies alive on the map, the game is generally not able to spawn more zombies. So if a legion player is going to aggravate those zombies and simply run, they'll run past a slightly populated area into an empty area with 0 zombies. That's why rushers do what they do. The reason why you see this happening is because back in 2008 and 2009, Valve tried to conserve system resources for players with weak computers. Just because you are able to rush through an empty map, it doesn't mean you're skilled or a good player. It means the game is limited and isn't properly configured as of today. That's why everything turns into a running simulator, but just you wait until I explain even more detail. As for hordes, the game selects a random number between 80 and 180 seconds and triggers a horde. Then it does it again and again while in build-up stage. You can just stand around and the game with 0 meaning is going to spawn more and more hordes. That makes the game feel like you're on a timer, because standing around or playing slow means you're going to get more enemies, not the other way around. However, what I've just described is only scratching a surface of a gameplay that is predominantly tilted to rushers. Some unspoken problems go deeper than technical limitations. And here's where a connection between hordes and wandering zombies occurs. If a horde is about to trigger and you're nearing a set by the director timer, it removes zombies from the front, and then the zombies become pending and are released in that upcoming horde that can come from behind or whatever. So if I run and I suspiciously see that there are no zombies, and our team did well and I didn't rush either, that means you can already read that the zombies have been removed and are currently pending for a horde that is about to trigger very soon. The reason why it's done is to not overwhelm the players from both sides, but that also results into a highly anticlimactic gameplay combined with everything I've described. That's what the vanilla Left 4 Dead 2 experience is. Zombie amounts are tiny, hordes are tiny, and there are a bunch of holes that can be exploited, and even more worse ones I'm about to cover. The game basically thinks that most Left 4 Dead players are stupid, and it's not wrong. There are critical mistakes that I'll cover in other director stages. Progression distance in Left 4 Dead is called flow travel. The further you advance on the map, the higher the flow travel value is. That flow travel is the way distance is measured on the map to adapt it to the zombie spawning systems. Overall, build-up is where you see all those dynamics play out on a circular timer like a clock. It keeps spawning hordes, it keeps spawning specials, and zombies are always there unless you exploit it and ran past a certain area without killing them. Build-up is a default combat phase that repeats timers again and again. In reality, in the game there are only two impactful stages. Build-up, which is combat, and then relax, which is short, more relaxed phase, where there is still some combat against rarer specials and no hordes. Peak fade acts and functions similarly to relax mode. There is no meaningful gameplay change, it just pulls zombies right away and blocks hordes right away as relax would. You basically only have two stages with different pacing, with the other two just being replicas, meant to signal that a certain stage is being held off for a little while. Sustain peak holds build up, and peak fade holds relax before it even occurred. However, here's what's important to notice. Peak fade starts dropping fairly quickly, and relax mode only lasts from 35 to 45 seconds. It also has a distance gate, where relax mode will end if you move progress through 3000 flow travel units. That means relax mode is pulled by both. Here's a giant critical flaw that explains nature behind why rushing works. In Left 4 Dead 2 they introduced a new system where wandering zombies will start spawning right around the corner again if you waited just a little bit into relax mode. So if you just got incapacitated and want to relax, you barely have a minute before timers start triggering what they were supposed to trigger, had you not gotten incapacitated or reached stage shifts by just killing zombies. And because it just removed zombies from the map during peak fade, the efficient way to play would be to immediately start running as soon as you got incapacitated and got up, or someone else is incapacitated. If you do that, you essentially clear potential spawns of zombies with your camera. That means if a rusher is going to abandon a recently incapacitated teammate, then a rusher will have zombies removed from the map from where they are. The game is not trying to prevent rushing, it rewards rushing. You have to clear the area with your camera by advancing far into the map and use a limited time window before zombies start spawning again. Because if you play it without rushing, zombies will spawn right around the corner, and the only way to prevent that is to rush. In simpler terms, if someone gets incapacitated by zombies, you can rush, and it won't spawn zombies behind a corner. If you help them and wait a little bit, then it will spawn zombies behind a corner. You basically get more zombies if you help your teammate instead of the opposite. The game wants you to rush. This system is that poorly designed and that thoughtless. That means if I were to abandon my teammate who just got incapacitated, I only make the game easier by rushing for a little while, or all the way to the safe house if I can. This right here is an important piece of information that all those rushers, or even people against rushing, completely miss. It's not a fault of rushers, it's a fault of a game being designed that way. Had the game truly boiled the environment around the players in a way where staying in a team was rewarded, then you'd have a smaller amount of rushers. That's not what the game is doing. The rushing culture in Left 4 Dead is so widespread because the game failed at the very thing it tried to achieve.
That's right. If this is not a game that you can run off on your own. It's designed to be very cooperative. So you have to stay together, you have to trust each other, and you have to watch your back.
And you can't go out on your own or anything?
Correct. The zombies will teach you that lesson very quickly.
Caught lying again, haven't you?
Even in, yes.
Playing faster is rewarded. Running when someone is incapacitated is rewarded. Those are the real functions and mechanics of Left 4 Dead's director. That, along with other factors I've described, is the reason why some people call it a walking simulator. And they have a point. Except it's a running simulator. They kinda missed a little bit. Here's an infamous sewers map where you can just abandon your teammates and run all the way to the safe house with no zombies. Tank might spawn somewhere, but most of the time he'll be off your path.
Incoming!
Reloading!
Reloading.
Watch yourself now. Quiet. There's a witch around here. Need to find a manhole. Into the emergency room, people!
Because the game is tilted to rushers, and I don't mean solo rushers specifically, rushers period. And if a solo rusher is gonna run and die in campaign mode, even on expert, the respawn time takes only around 1 minute. So as an end result, it would be anything but punishing. Oh, and another nail into the coffin is events where you have to rush. In Left 4 Dead 1 you could kill all the zombies and actually advance, but in Left 4 Dead 2 you need either pipe bombs or a boomer bile. Otherwise on expert it's just gonna become unfair, especially in the infamous Barnes event of Dark Carnival. Here the barely meaningful director systems basically get shut off in favor of an infinite horde. That means you can't really explore those places because the game forces you to run. Those places become redundant. Zombies just keep going. Just take a look at this script right here. Mob spawn minimum time equals 1, and mob spawn maximum time equals 2. That means every 1 or 2 seconds you get a horde, until a horde is killed before it spawns another horde. They completely bricked it. Truly unmatched Valve game design at its finest. Wow, how can anyone do better? How can anyone jump higher? The game, design-wise, is not actually meant to be difficult at all. Those are strange contradictions that someone at Valve made. The game is supposed to help the players and adapt even to weaker teammates regardless of difficulty. Artificial difficulty is the core of Left 4 Dead. The game is supposed to be something you wouldn't try to lose your temper to finish by failing again and again. But it's only on paper and the game can be largely frustrating due to balance and inconsistencies.
It's that little jockey back.
Speaking about boomer bios, that, along with low zombie limit of the game, along with other tilted to rushers moments, in some of the Left 4 Dead 2 maps, you can just pick up a boomer bio off of a dead Shida hazmat zombie body, throw it, and rush all the way to the safe house, because the zombies that are alive are all the way behind. Great gameplay. As a matter of fact, boomer bio removes gameplay. It's like a ticket to the safe house. It makes events completely pointless and trivial, because you're not actually fighting anything, and even if you did, you'd get destroyed by bad scripting. But overall, boomer bio has a place in the game. Scripting is terrible, and balance is terrible. And it is terrible because it contradicts what the game is supposed to be about. A game about teamwork and balanced, adaptive gameplay. Valve couldn't even get the basics right. By the way, boomer bio is banned from spawning on some maps. What does that achieve? That achieves players grabbing a boomer bio somewhere on the first map if they got lucky and it spawned, but their third slot is essentially being completely unused for almost the entire campaign. In Dark Carnival, for example, many players prefer grabbing a boomer bio somewhere and then just leaving the slot completely unused for that one specific moment. It yet again makes it very static, predictable, and does not flesh out the potential, because generally you won't really need boomer bio outside of events, so you are just leaving the slot with no use, thus making it more boring. But if you don't do that, you're probably gonna fail if your teammates aren't good enough. So what about everything else, apart from the game being a glorified Counter-Strike Source mod? A very low weapon selection and stuff like upgrade packs that are largely useless. If you're grabbing an explosive ammo, then you are basically stuck with shooting yourself or your teammates by damaging most of their health, or shooting a few zombies because the game barely has any zombies on the map. Not only that, but without voice communication, and even with a voice communication, your teammates generally won't even notice an upgrade pack. Once you are done deploying it, teammates are already ahead of you. That happened to everybody. So most players just prefer completely ignoring upgrade packs. You can't switch ammo to use it when you want, while Incendiary is just fireworks with very little use. So slightly useful against a witch if you are not crowning her with a shotgun. On tank, fire ends very quickly. M60 is underused and only has 150 ammo. Trading your shotgun for something like this, generally late into the campaign, is not very desirable. Grenade launcher is generally not very good because zombies rarely appear in packs, and yet again, there are barely any zombies anyway. You could kill all the zombies and save your teammates from specials with all the time you spent on reloading the grenade launcher. Also defibrillators. The whole thing with shooting your teammate, killing them, and respawning them with 50 health is a very bad oversight that people constantly abuse. Overall, they are generally useless for anything apart from that, because your teammates will respawn in the next closet around 1 minute, even on expert difficulty. In realism, they are more useful. There is no real trade-off and no real sense to even try, which is why people just rush, die, respawn, and rush again. What about general balance like damage from zombies? Oh yeah, on expert difficulty the game tries its best to make you avoid zombies. It makes direct confrontation undesirable because zombies do from 10 to 20 damage, and because of a very low tick rate, the game essentially feels like it's about to have a stroke. High damage zombies leave so little margin of error with its terrible tick rate and terribly functioning melee system, where a lot of the time if you hit a zombie you hear the hit sound, but the actual hit doesn't register.
Jesus, I'm down!
Can you make it?
I'm okay.
or other weird inconsistencies, or a tank rock hitting you when you are hiding. It completely sucks. This whole I wanna be survival horror with 10 to 20 damage zombies drags down gameplay that could have been more fun. But back in the day, this is the best way they could balance the game, because they couldn't just lower their damage and increase zombie amounts. Difficulties act as pure multipliers that make enemies more bullet spongy and make them deal more damage. Difficulty measured by making enemies beefier and deal more damage is not good, but they conserved system resources.
Adrenaline shot here!
In Left 4 Dead 3, they did try to have thousands of zombies on screen at once, but they didn't finish it because the game fell apart, and because Valve is an indie company, quite literally an indie company. They don't even have that many people in the game development. What they do have is a lot of money, potential for experimentation, and ground for risks to take. Regardless, this whole thing waters down a dynamic and fun, action-packed gameplay you could otherwise get, which results in something pretty stale, especially if you know that the whole difficulty is pretty fake anyway. Most of the time, you'd find teammates and yourself sitting on some high spot the entire time while there are zombies. It's not a direct confrontation, it's not action, and it's definitely not fun. It's very stale, and this is what the game wants you to do. It basically encourages you to have no gameplay. There are lobotomized crybabies who whine that you are sitting somewhere on top of a closet. Their argument is, oh, you're avoiding gameplay, oh, what gameplay is this? Yeah, zombies deal 10 to 20 damage, and the game wants you to do that. The game does an absolute piss-poor job at encouraging you to play otherwise. So those people never made sense. They're glued to bad gameplay like flies. Because if you wanna play directly and actually fight zombies, you encounter terrible tick rate and zombies that don't leave you much choice but to sit somewhere in the corner or some other spot again and again. Why would you fight zombies on the concert podium when you can just climb all the way up that plank with an entire team? and just sit there while killing dumb zombies with bad pathfinding. Because it's about camping on high ground. There is no deep philosophy or deep balancing here. This balance was made in a hasty, rushed way, and they didn't really bother. It's all about picking the right spot and winning by sitting there. Again, this is not a good balance. Valve just didn't revisit the balance and didn't find better ways of handling it, and you simply got used to it. But it is not in any way a good way to do it at this day and age. In the game, there is also a mechanic that is often overlooked. You become essentially invincible even to tanks if you are pounced on or dragged by Smoker's tongue. So if Smoker is dragging you, Tank is able to free you and you will get 0 damage.
No!
This is one of those bad balance-related compromises I described. They tried to make it fair, around a balance that is fundamentally unfair. So it results into this strange paradox, and the game thinks you're stupid. It seems to work on people who keep playing campaign mode vanilla and still don't notice it. On expert, you can only get hit by one zombie every 1 second. On lower difficulties, half a second. That decision makes sense from the standpoint that they've made zombies deal a lot of damage. However, if you were to get incapacitated in one of the events, this one for example, because damage of zombies is being throttled, it takes you forever to actually die, no matter how many zombies hit you. If you are incapacitated and the crowd is bashing you into the ground, you just won't die, because their hits are being throttled. That means players are able to use you as a bait for zombies by sitting somewhere and shooting zombies that are running at you. All of it is very bad. Left 4 Dead players think that a game with barely any actual gameplay is fun because they get tricked into an engineered, false sense of accomplishment by running through the map with barely any combat and getting dopamine from the loading screen. This is what your average empty map original Left 4 Dead 2 rusher is. Oh, I just made it through a broken director and I see a loading screen. Ran through the entire campaign with almost no combat. This is a crappy running simulator with almost no combat for you. Enjoy. Fake combat, fake difficulty, crappy, laggy, bugged tick rate, tons of glitches, with some of them fixed by the community. The only thing carrying the game is workshop system. Oh, and versus of course. Zombies are bullet sponges, tanks are bullet sponges, witches are bullet sponges. You just circle a tank around one spot because you have to defeat a boss. But it looks and becomes very absurd.
Everyone locked and loaded. Come on! Let's move it out, people. He's dead.
It's not really fun, and in some places like the Sacrifice campaign, people have a lot of problem defeating a bullet sponge tank without a boomerbile. Valve treats it like a MOBA. No wonder they don't understand fun and made Dota 2 and Deadlock. Deadlock where you shoot enemies for eternity, run away or let them run away, do the same thing again, and then shoot the bullet sponge towers for what feels like an eternity. Tank is largely like that, and even if everyone would just start spamming into tank, there will generally be moments with setbacks where you have to run away because tank is not only a bullet sponge, but is also very fast. If he corners you, you just plummet. He doesn't even throw you. You're just plummeting in a lame way. Totally very fun. What about being thrown off of rooftops? Oh wait, it's on lower difficulties. Does that make sense? So yeah, even normal zombies, especially on realism, are bullet sponges. Shooting a zombie multiple times with a sniper rifle isn't fun and isn't dopamine. As for the witch, you either crown her, avoid her some way, or throw a Molotov and yet again run away. If you accidentally shot her, then because she is a bullet sponge, you generally won't kill her. She'll just insta-kill you unless you run all the way to the safe house until she bugs out and runs away, subsequently disappearing. You could pick a high ground, but it's not always there, and you'd need all teammates to shoot her, despite her being one frail zombie that for some reason has tons of health. Not being able to take her head on is not fun. You're just being punished, while fun is being removed from the game with one hit. She's generally not at all difficult, but the game also has a terrible tick rate, so there's that. Realism mode is a joke, because it just makes everyone more bullet spongy, and for some reason, Witch doesn't die with a literal blow into the head with a shotgun up close. So much for realistic. By the way, the very people who run around and spam vocalizers in the campaign mode usually consider the game boring without it, even so vocalizer is just Valve's oversight. They turn this game into this YTP and screwing around, treating the game like it's VR chat. Usually you're gonna see tons of people rush through the game and just spam scream command. The answer as to why this is happening is simple. The game is a running/walking simulator. It doesn't matter how you call it. The fact that the game is flawed is simple. All the fairy tales about how this game is a masterpiece could not be any more wrong. It's just people acting on emotions and being completely clueless, which is largely why people throw that word left and right. This game is a simple rushed Left 4 Dead 1 update that works on weak computers and has Steam integrated modding system monopolized by Valve. Not every company can do that and afford that sort of privilege. And you can cry about it if you can't handle it, and if you don't know the game well enough. Let's move on to other problems. The game is bugged. I'm not oblivious to the game's problems because I know how the game works. It's a poorly balanced jank. People defending a broken, rushed, underdeveloped, and abandoned update with its obvious problems makes them miss the reality of the situation. They are too focused on virtues, comparing Left 4 Dead to other games and, oh look how much better it is, but they also miss the point that it kinda is not. They generally close their eyes that the game has serious unaddressed issues and that the community behind Left 4 Dead fixed a huge ton of game-breaking problems behind the game, not Valve. Last Stand developers willingly put themselves into manual labor, thinking it's gonna be a good portfolio for the gaming industry, or they just wanted everybody to see their nicknames in that terrible Last Stand campaign. Before Last Stand campaign, you just break the finales or skip them by standing in only one spot. If you were to stand here, only one player can essentially skip all the hordes and tanks single-handedly, or under a plane in dead air. Those have been fixed, but existed in the game for over a decade. Immense bugs in the game are still present, such as glitching a witch so that she won't be able to target you by using idle system, glitching a tank on a ladder or whatever. Some of those problems are actually fixed through plugins. And even if you don't do those glitches, gameplay won't suddenly become better or substantially more involving. The replayability of the game suffers, problems are still there, but the potential is very high. So much for glazing how perfect the game is by listening to those pretentious developer commentaries. Valve in particular, with their active titles and less active titles, always meddled with balance by making those already badly balanced games even less balanced. In Team Fortress 2, they screwed with the art style and started fixating on fantasy aspects before destroying most of the weapons in the game in Meteor Match update, just because they were consulting with some competitive player in the game. This game is a complete train wreck.
Bonus ducks!
In Dota 2, they kept constantly revisiting balance of heroes, adding new heroes, changing balance again and again and ruining it. For Deadlock, that said MOBA with shooter elements. Valve brought some bizarre potato seller with some fuzzy pseudonym to help Valve balance the game and dictate what should be done, because obviously we know that Valve has no idea how to balance their games. Even in CS2, they kept changing the balance and old legacy elements all the way up until release. And let's not forget that whole revolver thing, when they added revolver into the game and it was considered overpowered, and then a day later they bricked it to the point that no one uses it anymore. In Counter-Strike, where you are supposed to react to enemies and kill them fast, they add a weapon that you have to draw by holding left mouse button before you hit someone. Valve never understood balance. They never knew what to do with balance. Not in Left 4 Dead days, not today, not ever. If Left 4 Dead came out the same way today, a lot of people would ask, what were Valve smoking with those few zombies on the map that do 10 to 20 damage and such lackluster combat, where mostly you're fighting engine instabilities by getting damage through unfair cheap tricks or because the game is literally choking from low tick rate. Difficulty in this game is an illusion. It's extremely cheap and fake. If you were to increase tick rate in the original game, then most of the illusion of difficulty is gone, which is very hilarious. This game is heavily overrated if you look at what it does gameplay-wise. Valve could have changed this game's balance and made it actually good a long time ago, but with fanboys staring at a black square and mythologizing something that doesn't exist, and getting joy from broken director, letting you rush through an empty map, or playing with you by removing zombies, so that you always get this illusion that you're a good player, that clearly doesn't seem necessary to anybody. Keep the standard low so that players get used to it and let all those lies, all this misleading nonsense from the store page and empty promises completely slide. And ask yourself, do you really deserve better? If this is what you're choosing to do, and glazing a corporation for doing the absolute empty minimum and riding on shoulders of the community and everyone else for so long. Video game glazing is cringe. Oh no, someone called Left 4 Dead a walking simulator, now I gotta cry about it. Average logic of a fanboy defending a typical rushed, unfinished slop, mistaking it for a masterpiece. How sad. Left 4 Dead totally has a privilege just because it predates other slop and has a Steam integrated modding support and monopoly that other developers can't afford. Yeah, right. This is an empty, shallow mess of a game, thanks to Valve not doing anything with it for nearly 2 decades. And even if Valve would update this game to Source 2, chances are they'll keep this extremely dated, poor and flawed groundwork that makes the game boring and only appeals to a small crowd of people in the campaign mode of the game. A small crowd of people that glaze and cope about the game's botted fake player number and using it as an excuse to defend the game for virtually any reason. Oh, the game is great and a masterpiece because player number. Oh, the game is better than something we compare it to because player number. This is that sort of fallacy metric people generally use to avoid criticism and to further convince their own elitism to pretty much anything. Chet's textbook logic use an unrelated metric that does not represent an actual factor. It is an unrelated metric. A number is a number. Lots of people dig in a dumpster and refuse to understand other games. This is nothing new. I mean, how many other games have that sort of player number? Until you realize that you are playing with the exact same people again and again, because the real picture of actual players is completely different, and the player numbers for Valve games are simply botted. For example, TF2 Teamwork. We see that with Team Fortress 2, a game that in reality has a pretty small player number, but you always have this hope in the community that no ho ho, it isn't true, no ho ho. Yes, it is. Same goes for Counter-Strike, same goes for Dota 2. Hate to break it to you, but misconception that Steam player numbers for Valve games are correct is broken very quickly. It is just a matter of fanboy bubble in the extent at how much you're willing to step out of it. Hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of quote-unquote players of CS2 are just botted accounts both in the game and in the main menu. There are more Steam idlers having many games running at the background than there are players of one game. But honestly, nothing stops one Valve employee from altering player numbers themselves. After all, this player number fallacy still works and programs people as a marketing mechanism. A hurt factor, basically. Me go where me see big number. We live in the times where we expect people to have an elementary understanding of those concepts. But society always has a way to subvert hopes and expectations. This is how you lose this hope. Now is the time to introduce an alternative. An alternative that is a real shooter, a real cooperative game with real fun gameplay. Of course it's not Back 4 Blood. I had you there, didn't I? Back 4 Blood is just a bad, riddled with punishing, counterintuitive mechanics game that is just an unbalanced, painful to play roguelite. Anyway, thanks to a wide array of modding capabilities, it is possible to make Left 4 Dead undoubtedly less questionable than Back 4 Blood, and also better than its own self. Finding a thin line that can turn the game primarily into a shooter rather than a strange, outdated Counter-Strike Source mod and a zombie shooter wannabe.
Hurry it up!
This is not going well.
Ready for this? it real fast.
My Rebalance is the first ever truly adaptive balance for Left 4 Dead 2 that pushes the game beyond its original limitations. It is a deep, intricate, casual-friendly balance intended for playing through the game very organically. It utilizes the potential that could not be achieved by the game originally due to technical limitations and Valve trying to keep the game friendly to weak computers. In other words, it takes advantage of modern hardware. My balance adapts to any team, any skill level, no matter the difficulty, because internally it gives any player enough challenge and actually encourages team play by extensively reading players' actions with new director mechanics. My balance is what Anacrusis tried to be, I don't know, but failed. In short, this balance makes the game softer, but severely more organic and team-based, eliminating holes and inconsistencies of the vanilla game, where teamwork truly matters and isn't just a marketing stunt. Playing and killing enemies isn't that difficult, but not playing in a team will likely result in death. Not only that, but there are deep, innovative, advanced systems in play that manipulate the game to make solo rushing undesirable.
Hey, I'm reloading. Ammo up here. Hey. They're coming. Oh, hell yeah.
Just like Valve wanted to do with Left 4 Dead 2 and especially Left 4 Dead 3, my balance pushes the amounts of enemies very far in comparison to the standard game. That is achievable due to a higher tick rate, which makes the game far more responsive and comfortable to play. However, it's only kept at 67 and not at 100, because a lot of things around the game ultimately break at that tick rate. Ever seen your local server struggle with high latency on some custom campaigns? That is because of the low tick rate on your server. The way players play have been observed, careful strategy and deep revision of the balance have been made appropriately. Nearly everything about the balance has been changed, and features have been adapted to those changes logically. More zombies, more action, more actual combat, but weaker enemies that are made of flesh and blood. You penetrate through zombies and they lie down fast like any human would. One punch will not take away 10 to 20 health even on expert.
That was a good piece of work.
This balance encourages you to engage into combat, because sitting somewhere on high spot to avoid buggy, laggy 10 to 20 damage zombies is not engaging gameplay.
Do that again and I'll come back on you. More, baby, we need more! Damn it, I'm down! Jockey! Get your ass over here and help me! Shoot the clown!
Come on your feet!
Always count on you, though.
Zombie hits are not throttled anymore, so here's how this works. Individual zombies aren't that dangerous or frustrating anymore. The game is not going to punish you for not seeing a zombie or not being able to kill them due to some tick rate or stability problem.
Mother of mercy.
Individual hits are very forgiving. Those are simple punches that zombies make. You're not going to come out of the safe house and get absolutely destroyed by first couple of zombies.
I'm down!
Instead, the player is getting killed very quickly if they're getting overwhelmed. That's a completely opposite design to the original game. In the original game, you'd get frustrated by taking hits from individual zombies, and then you'd drop. But crowds are not that dangerous because it won't register all their punches. If you were to rush and get overwhelmed by a few zombies on the map, you don't actually get obliterated. You lie down, get bashed, and just don't die. But here, you don't get obliterated by individual zombies. You get obliterated by a crowd bashing you into the ground in seconds, just like in real life. A crowd crush. Ever heard of that? Every individual hit counts and lone wolfing is punished, while good faith gameplay is rewarded and not punished. Logic! This balance is entirely built on organic progression through the map and good faith gameplay. There are more specials, but they are a bit more rare. You can get multiple boomers, multiple speeders, 2 other special infected except for Charger and Jockey. When you shoot a jockey, a hunter, a smoker head-on, then they'll be dead. They won't cheaply waste your time with the game cheaply trying to take away your points of health.
Hunter!
If the zombie is exposed and right there in front of you, then they are dead. That also allows being able to kill Hunter mid-air with 1 accurate shot. However, it is important to know that everything has been aligned for it to be a challenging but fair experience nonetheless. There is more things happening. The environment is highly dangerous and populated, while threshold for action is a lot higher. Tanks are weaker and slower, but there are more of them. Same goes for witches. However, those tanks and witches can now spawn during events, and even first maps, meaning their spawns are now non-prohibited and not as predictable and conditioned. It also has my custom-built adaptive system that spawns bosses based on performance of your team. Bosses are no longer frustrating, they are fun to fight, and are able to engage into combat even during a horde, because horde is not being blocked off from spawning during a tank. Those nerfed specials I mentioned before are also able to enter combat during a tank. So rather than making everyone a bullet sponge and making you focus on one threat at a time, team has to keep aware of everything surrounding them. You are able to fight multiple threats at a time and even a big horde. Slower tank along with a populated environment makes it less of a movement game and more of an actual shooter. You might get a slow tank, but you might also get a horde pushing you from behind, making you slash zombies and run away from a tank that now gives you enough margin of error. The game won't just kill you or screw you over due to some bad balance or terrible engine stability. Your skill is measured by the decisions you take, how well you handle yourself, not by you boringly circling a tank around and not falling asleep while shooting a bullet-spongy tank. With this balance you have to fight, and sometimes fight everything, and the balance perfectly allows for that. Tank engages the combat upon spawning, rather than waiting somewhere like in the original game. And despite Tank being highly nerfed, and even dealing less damage, this decision is highly planned, because playing this in practice will make everything obvious as to why it's done that way and why this is better. Despite Witch being weaker and now being made of flesh and blood, don't forget that she is a zombie. She now gets frustrated at you from a bit further away than in the vanilla game, and it is a lot easier to aggravate her.
Witch is mad as hell. Hold up, that witch is getting ready to pounce.
Flashing a flashlight from far away while she sees you will also gradually annoy her. If she spots you and sees you, then she hears your gunshots and gradually becomes more aggressive.
What'll be hell to pay you keep aggravating that witch?
However, if you did accidentally trigger her, you can still take her head on and kill her if you're accurate and fast enough.
Hold on.
Fire in the hole! Shit!
If your team is there to help you, them shooting a witch even a little bit means they've tried to help. They've made their input, and it also helps to kill a witch fast.
Over!
Otherwise you're gonna have to crown her while she is running at you. With this, you no longer have to run all the way back to the safe house or use a Molotov. You can fight a witch, so now you have more options. Which also does not insta-kill the player. It won't take away players' controls just because they've made one mistake. It's closer to Valve's design philosophy than Valve to their own philosophy themselves.
And dying from unknown threats never feels fair. It certainly isn't fun.
Either way, it's less about the individual zombies. It would be tedious to constantly tap the left mouse button, therefore you can hold the left mouse button even with sniper rifles. This sort of accessibility is important. By holding shift, the movement speed is higher than in the original game. Walking and crouching balls are highly effective if you're trying to carefully but efficiently clear some room, or trying to stealth, which, by the way, actually works in the game. You probably didn't know that because in the original game you move like a snail, so stealth mechanics generally go through people's heads. Zombies can now hear the players shooting and are changing their alert status, meaning if you started shooting, they'll try to look at you from the distance and will start running at you if they spot you. In the original game, shooting does not change the alert level of the zombies on any meaningful distance. The distance for that in the vanilla game is too low. Here they can actually hear you. Here's how the alert system works. Zombies are standing around. They are not aware of the survivor's presence. But as soon as you shoot, the zombies hear that, get scared, they start feeling troubled. The zombies that used to lie down stand up. And they usually start looking into the direction from where the sound came from. It takes around 10 seconds for their status to fall back to normal and return to their initial state. With my balance, if they did hear you and their status is not initial, they can spot you from far away. First, they look at you confused, trying to figure out what they are looking at, and then they run at the player. In the vanilla game, no one really knows this complexity of the AI, because the original game is not configured properly to actually see this in action on the same level. Almost everything about the balance is now more reactionary, more impactful. The mechanics are more meaningful.
Fight amongst yourselves!
And mistakes are more crucial despite balance being soft, easy to approach and highly fair. Someone might even call it softcore, but make no mistake, it is balanced cunningly and can destroy you. Events now are significantly more balanced. Instead of spamming enemies non-stop like in the vanilla game, and instead of how Left 4 Dead 1 did it, where you could just kill all the remaining zombies and hordes would stop, here it is a hybrid where hordes do spawn, but in fewer amounts, and they encourage you to advance through the event slowly. And you can kill all the zombies and they'll stop eventually. There are no infinite zombies anywhere, and I mean anywhere. Even in finales. Oh no, this balance is so bad because zombies aren't infinite and aren't bullet sponges. Oh no. What are we going to do without unfair gameplay and unfair balance? Any good team can complete it, oh no, how bad. Everyone knows that every custom balance has to be hard, and just a multiplier that is especially unplayable in custom campaigns. Of course, Left 4 Dead community, of course. Anyway, when you trigger the event, you have to gradually advance, take cover, and kill zombies while pushing your way to the safe house. You don't need boomer bios for it, and you don't need to rush. Because tanks are also weaker and slower, you don't really need the bio for tank in the sacrifice campaign. You can fight both the horde and the tank at the same time, due to better balanced decisions, but it's still challenging. You have intense and epic fights even normally. Everything regarding balance was carefully calculated to be very smart. Just like me. When you revive someone with a defibrillator, they are black and white, and are in need of a first aid kit, because they have just underwent a clinical death. Shooting your teammate to abuse the mechanic doesn't work. If you paid attention to what has been said in the video, the director in the normal game was not properly configured. Here, not only is there a new layer to the director, new director subsystems, but the base director now won't make the game feel like you're on a timer, or that rushing is more preferable. This is simply not the case anymore. The relax mode of the director is longer, and instead of removing zombies right away, it stops spamming zombies, until relax mode is either over, or you've progressed through a map-specific relax maximum flow travel, which pulls the relax mode. When players are exploring and they're in relax mode after a climax, they won't get the zombies because they don't need them. They can stand around, explore, walk, or do whatever. But there is another system that I made on top of it, where if players stop progressing for long enough, eventually the game will stop spawning new specials and zombies. That means it doesn't entirely feel like a circular timer anymore, because you can just stand around, it doesn't force you to constantly move if you don't want to. You can just stand around just like in any other normal game, and you won't get unreasonable specials and hordes infinitely. But as soon as you start progressing and the block gets lifted, you get specials and that very horde that was supposed to trigger had you not stopped progressing. The hordes have more zombies in them. Normal hordes are more rare than in the original game. However, there is also a mega horde in the game. Originally, Left 4 Dead was supposed to have it if we were to judge by the values that exist but don't do anything. But they never added it and kept it exclusive to alarm cars or events. Here it is a real mechanic, and it's not just a normal timer, it is my dynamic pace engine. It is a full-blown progression pacing system that only triggers a mega horde if you start advancing fast enough. It is there to slow you down. If you play too slow, there won't be a mega horde. If you or someone in your team gets too confident and starts progressing through the map confidently, this is when the timer starts being active, and either it's frozen or it goes normally or starts accumulating a lot of time. If players stop progressing after that, then the timer will start going normally, then freeze and sit where it left off until the next push. You are getting grace credits for the timer. If progression got too slow, then the timer will actually fall back to 50%, if it did surpass 50%. Or it will fall back all the way, depending on configuration. So this Mega Horde timer is a dynamic timer, that is, in my balance, highly reactionary. It has a rolling window, meaning if you start exploring, walk into the rooms, but do very slow progression, then you can afford moving through a bit more areas without triggering the timer. If someone starts rushing, then the timer adds so many seconds to it that the horde is going to trigger very early and endanger a fast-playing team, and especially a solo player who ran too far. And even if some players are too far from the slowest player, the next horde will prefer to spawn zombies from the front, instead of spawning zombies all the way behind the slowest player, unlike in the vanilla game. This entire Mega Horde mechanic is not intended to be punitive for rushers. It is intended to be adaptive, depending on confidence of the team and their speed of play. Mega Horde is there to slow players down. If someone gets incapacitated, then just like the normal Horde, you have to pass through a certain flow travel before Horde becomes active again and eligible to spawn. But in this case, the timer is just frozen and then returns to normal. For example, I will explain how this works in practice. This is a timer. The horde is potentially supposed to start from 180 to 240 seconds, when you're out of the safe house. The number between 180 and 240 seconds is selected depending on a number of alive players. So, if more players are dead, then the horde is more likely to trigger closer to 240 seconds. However, because it's a fully dynamic pace engine, it's not a normal timer. It acts more like a score. If you get out of the safe house, stand around or progress too slow, then the timer will start and last for about 15 seconds. Then, if you move like a snail through the whole map, timer will stay at 15 seconds. There will be no Mega Horde. I run for a little bit, I explore, I advance a bit, I explore again, I do the same thing again and again, and Mega Horde just won't happen, because the timer is frozen. But if you start making confident pushes, then the timer unfreezes itself, it goes for about 15 seconds and freezes again. But if you start running, it adds more seconds, so it reacts to you running. I've gained a lot of seconds, and now when I stop, the timer will freeze in 30 seconds and not 15. You gain grace credits all the way up to 30 seconds. I am now above 50% of the timer. Now I stop and wait for 60 seconds. The timer drains all the way to 50%, and it can drain all the way back if you change the configuration file for my plugin. If someone is incapacitated, as you can see, it freezes. Now I have to pass a set flow travel for relax, and it unfreezes. However, if I just stand around after being incapacitated, timer won't drain. It only drains during organic play. Here it will sit where it's supposed to keep you on your toes and make up for your incapacitation. You can also hear quiet drums if timer is about to start accumulating time. So there is a very mild indication that you are closer and closer to the Mega Horde triggering. You can find more detail on how it works on the plugin page. And when it does trigger, you see a campaign and survivor specific tint on your screen. Left 4 Dead 1 campaigns have a green tint, Left 4 Dead 2 is yellow, and Passing campaign has magenta tint.
Shit! This is it!
That tint is a visual indication that Mega Horde occurred, and if you play without music, you still see the indication that it happened. Tint lasts until the game stops spawning zombies for a Mega Horde. Originally, the game was supposed to have some sort of a desaturation during intense moments, based on this old interview.
We have a thing called the director, and we're really stealing from horror movie concepts that are developed. For example, when you're playing through the game, if the director wants you to feel a lot of tension, it'll do what a horror movie would do. It desaturates all the color, pulls the color out of the world, and then brings the lighting down, just like a movie director would.
But this was never added into the game. What you are seeing here is not just some random decision. Also, regarding normal and Mega Horde's balls, if at least one player is too far ahead of other player, then the horde is going to spawn from the front.
God damn it!
In the standard game, Court would generally spawn behind the slowest player, even if leading player is very far away. Those zombies would run to the leading player, but because they just spawned behind the slowest player, they become very useless. I fixed that.
This way!
There is also my boss director, an adaptive system I added. In the original game I've already covered that witches and tanks have no relation to how well the team is doing. They spawn randomly just because. With my balance that is not the case. Tanks and witches spawn based on how well your team was doing, due to the most complex adaptive system at the time of writing. The worse your team is doing, the more damage they take. The less tanks that are gonna be on the map. If you play too well, you get enough witches and tanks to challenge you.
Witch! This is going to hell in a handbasket real fast.
This system monitors everything live. It is a system that updates, plans tanks and witches, and even cancels plans depending on what happened. There is an invisible score that the survivor team gains every 25% of the map. Every 25% of the map, survivor's team health is converted into a score. This sort of system has already been loosely used by Valve with static triggers for dynamic pass system, but it wasn't as complex. With Boss Director, you lose score by taking damage, and the more damage you take, the less score you're going to get in the next fraction. Your current health impacts the score and the damage you took, how well you did before the next 25% of the map. That means you get more bosses if your team is doing too well, or you won't get them at all if you're playing absolutely poorly. Every 100 score is one tank plan. If you drop below 100, it cancels one plan. If you regain the score, it will plan the tank again. 200 score is 2 tanks, so on and so forth. Let's say you killed one tank. That token has already been consumed, so you won't get the same tank anymore on one map. However, if your team was doing so well that they weren't challenged enough by all those weak zombies and weak tanks, they will gain more and more score, and there will be more and more bosses. It is highly adaptive. Score transitions throughout the entire campaign. So if you did well on one map, then all those tank plans go into the next map, with the potential to gain more of them, or lose all of them if you get too much damage. On Expert, the game right away starts with score 200, and it plans 2 tanks. But if you take too much damage, it will cancel those plans. So everything is essentially updating and reacting live. With witches, things are almost similar but more complex. There is a witch phase system. It works like real life's moon phases. Phase 1 is where you start on lower difficulties. There are 0 witches because the moon is either not visible or barely visible. Phase 2 is 2 witches. Director may plan to spawn them at any distance from one another. Phase 3, 4 witches. It is a witch cluster of sitting witches, symbolizing half a visible moon and their ritual to this outcome. At that phase, there is only one plan, and that one plan execution spawns all remaining witches in a cluster. They are clustered up very close to each other, and can manage to suddenly block a certain hallway to slow players down.
The line's blocked.
Phase 4, 6 witches. The moon is almost lit up, but not entirely. Therefore, some witches sit and some start wandering at different locations on the map.
Boomer! Witch! Hold up, that witch is getting ready to pounce. Stop! That witch is mad as hell.
Phase 5, 8 possible witches total or less, depending on how many have been used before you reach that phase.
Bull frickin' horse shit! Son of a bitch! I'm down! Witch! What? Stop! The witch is getting mad as hell! Witch! Hands up! Hey, get him!
You're gonna be okay.
This is going to hell in a handbasket real fast. Jesus. Easier in the brochure, didn't it?
Since Balance is intended for high IQ players, lots of players wouldn't be able to host it and even watch this video. With current configuration, no matter the skill level, no matter the phase, you get an appropriate amount of tanks, even if it's 10 or 20 tanks in one map. Because if you did get to that point, if your team is experiencing no challenge whatsoever, this is where the stuff really kicks in. Or if you suck, you get absolute zero. If you got there, you got there for a reason. Do keep in mind that the tanks are slower and weaker, so it's not the same thing as the original game. Here it works. The entire system and all the systems reconfigurations are purposefully intended for my balance. You can learn more detail on the page of the plugin. Because there are more zombies, you need more ammo and weapons to feel stronger. There is my item director that I developed for a purpose of playing terrible custom campaigns that don't spawn enough of them. My system is complex and adaptive. It is a need-based system that original game completely lacks, apart from a gimmicky health check on lower difficulties, where it converts one of the temporary health items into a health kit. My system is more complex and goes way beyond that. It spawns ammo when you need it and where you are not looking. It evaluates the condition of the entire team by checking inventory of each survivor, scanning all health items in the vicinity, including temporary health items in range, and has a simulation system that predicts what health item will be used on which survivor, thus affecting their condition in advance.
Thanks, man.
Ah, that's not funny!
Weapons here! Take this. Someone's gonna need these.
I'm right behind you. Stop it! Ah!
Watch your fire, old man! I don't want to sound like a sissy, but I'm hurt bad. Through the warehouse.
Guys, I'm really torn up.
Looks like people went this way. At least this is the right direction. Hold on, let me patch you up. Yeah. Watch my back.
I don't feel so hot.
This is going to hell in a handbasket real fast.
I'm down!
It's just the two of us now, kid. Damn! I didn't sign up for this shit.
Last Stand development team, Valve, and the two-faced schoolboys would only dream of that system, especially Anacrusis. It proposes you a weapon when you don't have it, replaces some items with the ones that players actually need. It has a weapon bonding system, where your bond with one specific weapon entity increases over time and spawns a laser if it's high enough, as a logical step to an upgrade. It has a GK of said bond. If you drop the weapon, every player has a different bond with every weapon, even if one player hands it over to another player. Not only that, but there is a cleanup system where old items that players ignored get removed, and then that very same spawn point can spawn another item. This is an alive system. The rabbit hole goes much deeper than that, and it would take a bit too long explaining all the details. So yeah, we are talking about completely new and actually adaptive director systems, contrary to everything else that has ever been done for Left 4 Dead by Valve and by the community. I also have a Director Intensity 2.0 system. It prevents hordes, bosses, and specials individually. depending on who caused the most trouble over a specific time frame. Over time, when a survivor team gets damaged, an individual intensity system accumulates, and if it got to the maximum, it prevents certain enemies for quite a long distance, where you can take your time. Unlike the original game, it isn't near constant spam when players are fed up with something. Therefore, with my balance, even custom campaigns play substantially better. There is a real pacing and not just some pretentious nonsense that Valve has. My balance is definitively better than any Left 4 Dead balance that has ever existed, because systems have been purposefully built to make even the most unbalanced custom campaigns entirely playable. They won't be able to spam tanks if you can't handle them. They won't be able to spawn hordes or specials when you are done with them. There is also a disaster fatigue mechanic, separate of other intensity systems. It is more cumulative, slower, and prevents bosses, specials, and hordes at the same time, if a team reached it. There is a point when nothing spawns at all, or something individual doesn't spawn. It isn't this circular timer garbage from vanilla. It measures a potential breaking point when players had enough of damage and are tired of intense combat. Progress for blocks to be lifted carries over to the other maps. But again, that's only scratching a surface of all the systems that have been developed. However, speaking about custom campaigns, most of them have been developed for the original balance in theory, but only in theory, because lots of them are absolutely unplayable in expert difficulty. That's due to a flawed groundwork for balance, and Valve not going extra way to make balance adaptive. My balance is completely next level and brings vast replayability, better pacing, better combat, better situations with high encouragement for team interaction. There is, however, only one real gripe someone might have, and it's that it is nearly impossible not to finish a campaign. It is possible to lose a round or two, but my systems will do the absolute best to adapt to your team, because I've built a director with that in mind. With my default configuration, it does exactly what it needs to do in order to make gameplay more about the experience, not about the difficulty, not about the constant struggle. Some campaigns might still be challenging, but they'll quickly adapt and stop pushing the team with constant enemies once it becomes too much. In the original game, special infected, hordes, everything is pretty much constant, apart from gimmicky but extremely short director stages that do nearly nothing useful except removing zombies from the map for a very small distance. But even then, it only helps a rusher, because if you wait even a little bit, it will respawn them yet again. Yeah, it's not surprising that a large portion of people are completely oblivious to the flaws of the game. Original game is fundamentally flawed in pacing, in balance, on nearly every possible level, despite trying to adapt to the team. It doesn't actually do that, it's empty promises by Valve. It doesn't control bosses for pacing, it does not in any meaningful way control specials to improve pacing, it doesn't do it with hordes and the items, the spawn of which has absolutely nothing to do with how you play. There is no real director. They spawn and are there since the very beginning of the map. Anacrusis developers would envy the systems I've created for Left 4 Dead 2, and they should be, and any developer should extract lessons from that. Speaking about lessons, look at that terrible Dark Carnival remix campaign. This is going to be an example of how to not script a finale. Firstly, it has those unused phrases that are layered as sound cues, rather than being tied to the actual characters.
If we can get on the monorail, we can jump the fence.
Let's use the monorail to get over that fence.
God damn it!
Ah, shit, Richard.
Haul ass and get gas.
Let's get some gas. kill the clown.
Implementation is completely horrible. Secondly, there is nothing wrong with building a finale following an original idea by Valve, where instead you have to run around and do stuff in order to progress. But an even bigger problem is how vulnerable this finale is to bugs. For example, a tank was supposed to spawn. Tank didn't spawn. What next? Nothing. You are stuck in what is essentially an extremely unreasonably long softlock. People had problems such as tanks not spawning and players being softlocked. Here's why I'm mentioning this. I'll extract the finale script files. Let's look at what's actually going on. Here you see that there is a relay entity trigger related logic built into the map, and I'm going to be using this as an example of how you don't script a finale. So basically what we see here is that the campaign actually forces you to kill a tank in order to progress. It's not like the original campaigns and some other campaigns that use Valve's robust scripting, where it's not about the death of a tank, it's about the absence of a tank. Stages still progress, finale doesn't hang. Here, however, progression is built on artificial logic and artificial tank killed event. This is not how you do it, and even if you do it correctly. So in order to get rescued, in order to open the gates, in order to interact with more objects, the tank has to specifically die, not become absent, not anything else. A tank needs to spawn, and the tank needs to specifically die, or else rescue never comes. This is community logic at its finest. There is no safety net, there is no accountability for the spawn failure, and spawn failure can occur in Left 4 Dead 2. If, for example, it happened to be that a tank failed to spawn, then it won't retry or create a timeout. Also, creators, or at least one of the creators behind the campaign, are #1 fans and admirers of Chet. So they played it with him on a livestream. Sad. Guess they must really love his attention. This campaign stinks of Anacrusis. And yes, say you want to build a more complex finale with a more artificial logic. Say you did choose to force the players to kill a tank in order to progress. However, you don't just let the player get stuck like this. There is a campaign called Suicide Blitz 2 that does just that, but correctly. That really surprises me. Developers behind this campaign were so considerate, even so balance was still garbage on export, but that's largely due to Valve's balancing, that they introduced a timeout safety net. If a tank is absent, if a tank, for example, failed to die or whatever to spawn, finale will still progress. They knew they couldn't rely on blindly thinking that everything should be static. This is not what Left 4 Dead is about. It's not supposed to be static. It's not supposed to expect you to do something so narrow. So yeah, if the developers behind this 1 out of thousands of crappy campaigns watches this video, take that lesson and work on your mistakes. There is no, oh, I am here to trash on the campaign, boogie woogie. No, there is only map maker's incompetence here. So anyways, I knew this was going to happen, so in custom campaigns, instead of bosses getting blocked during a finale due to a maximum intensity threshold of my director system, it will spawn a tank unnoticeably and kill the tank off map. Yeah, had to be done. Otherwise a crappy campaign is going to get hanged up. Did that help? Yes, it did help. For stage 1. But stage 2 is scripted so poorly that even if that tank is alive for literally multiple hours and then dies, it will still not advance and kill you with infinite zombies at the end. Fun? It expects tank to drop into this badly designed area and kill him here, or whatever else, and only then will it advance. This is bad scripting. Not even my robust systems account for how bad some scripting can be. But that was not the point. The whole point was to prevent the campaign and situations from being unfair, and my system succeeded at that. This campaign is complete vasyanshina. You know what? At this point everyone in the community should just ditch the original Valve balance and go make campaigns for my balance instead. Not like it matters, spoiler alert, because my systems are so versatile they account for any terrible situations and regulate pacing accordingly, instead of letting the campaign kill you time and time again. So those campaigns being made for the original game do not at all drag down the experience, quite the opposite. My balance works complete wonders, because I know that certain map makers lack taste and I eliminate that bad taste with better gameplay. Who would have thought that all you have to do is to add shooter into a walking simulator? Left 4 Dead 2 is not a true survival horror. It never has been. It has always been a shooter where you slaughter tons of zombies, have tons of resources, a bunch of guns, but it couldn't afford those tons of zombies due to technical limitations. Times have changed. Their approach with Left 4 Dead 3 ultimately confirms that. My balance does exactly what Valve wanted to do. It changes the game into exactly what it's supposed to be. This is a result of almost 2 decades of experience with the game, and it would become clear that is that very zombie slaughter fun that was promised a long time ago. This is the best way to play any campaigns, be it official or custom. Better balance makes it easier to appreciate certain campaigns that would otherwise be near unplayable in Vanilla Expert. Look at all those comments. Finale is too difficult, blah blah. It's very clear that the original game isn't made for action-packed situations of the likes you see here, and the likes that those campaigns are trying to do. With my changes, that wouldn't be a problem, and that can only mean one thing. All those campaigns are made for my balance. Mine! And not the original game. Thanks, community. I really appreciate you making thousands of campaigns for me and my balance personally. Thank you. Have fun playing stripped down and poorly balanced Valve's version of the game, because as we know, that's what some deserve. Those other so-called mods are just glorified model packs with flipped console commands. That's what your favorite wannabe survival horror nightmare mod is. Turning the game into the opposite of what the game is supposed to be. Workshop does not support source mods custom code, and local servers wouldn't have a bandwidth to handle something much bigger. It's all bad and only targets players who subscribe to everything on the workshop left and right. Overall, most of it is just a bunch of junk. Tons of junk everywhere, even the actual source mod plugins. Oh, I always wanted to break my immersive experience and have a trail that tells me where to go. Oh, I need a bunch of stuff on my screen. The game and its modding community have a place for this kind of mods, but my balance and my mods are something that they or you didn't want. Never asked for, but most importantly, never deserved. Back to the workshop topic. Did you know that lots of it aren't even unique mods? That lots of the scripting you see, if not most, is just a ripped code from allied modders' source mod plugins? Silvers, a creator of many plugins, suffered from the exact same problem. No one credits them, no one cares. Instead, they rip his code without even crediting. Lots of your favorite mods from Workshop do that. And yeah, Silvers might have a batch of hacky plugins that have lame approaches, but the system is rotten from the inside. Some of his plugins were sold by some Chinese guy. Classic. Why? Because under the GPL license that Allied Modders uses, you can take someone else's open source plugin, even if it was sold for money, add something into it, and essentially sell it as if it's your own work, by simply crediting the original author and preserving copyright notices, making the original plugin redundant and the person behind it not being able to do anything about it, and likely be left without the revenue if the original creator was selling it for money. Original maker of the plugin would essentially have to compete against their own work, just because someone salivated into the plugin and started selling it. They left sticky saliva inside the plugin, that means it's a derivative work and they can now sell it. That's like a dog who comes along and marks the place as if it's their own. That creates conflicts, and it's essentially a way by the rose-tinted glasses altruists who wrote the GPL license to tell you that you don't own your work. Someone else who marked it with their own discharge does more than you do. They believe that if a popular website that has a popularity and monopoly over others should use their license, then creators of their own software or plugins shouldn't be able to own their own work, even if the intention behind the original plugin was to be completely free. Then 99.9% of someone else's work is being sold by a guy who simply spits into the original work and mixes it with dirt. That's because the nutbrains who were behind the license believe into a perfect world with knights with shining armor where everybody helps each other, or where someone else can casually grab your plugin, fix something, and sell it without permission. This license does not contain such categories as respect to someone else's time, conscience, gratitude, or justice. It does not measure the amount of work that the original maker put into their own work. Does that sound moral to you? Let's say a company creates GTA 5, something big, but the only resource where you can post it is a distributive that uses a GPL license and open source. And then Mr. Beast with more popularity comes along, can take the GTA 5, add a wooden toilet into it, and they are now able to sell that whole GTA 5 for money themselves, while the original creator goes into the dark. But hey, original creator is credited on the back of that wooden toilet with a small print. It must be a derivative work. Buy that wooden toilet Mr. Beast version instead. Does that sound moral to you? Well, to those guys defending those practices on forums, it does. This guy thinks that downloading someone else's plugin, updating it, and selling the entire plugin is selling the service for updated plugin. You are selling a separate version of the plugin that you used as a toilet paper. You are not serving a spoiler for the car, you are selling the car you attached the spoiler to. Comparing it to a car doesn't work because a plugin is not a car. Shocker! What does work, however, is buying or getting someone else's free book, changing one word in it, and selling it. No amount of you defending this immoral action with desperate blown-out examples is going to change that. In short, this guy right here thinks if your plugin was stolen by some guy and they charge money for it, then you're the one who should apologize. He thinks that original creator having rights to not permit someone from selling their own work and leeching off of their own work is unethical. Treating a license or a law as a cornerstone of ethics and morality is a fatal mistake. You have no ground to defend ethics and morality when you put it like that. When you put morality under everything else and arguing ethics, you basically admit defeat, which is exactly what happened here. You fail at the face of basic human morality, making your defensive points completely irrelevant at the face of ethics. Let's ignore the rest of the work, the rest of the content of the original author. Hey, I just bought your book, now I'll salivate all over it, piss on it, and I'll be able to sell the book as my own. This is all it boils down to, and those people justify that through ethics. They think they can argue moralities when they fail to understand elementary morality. But hey, he's a lawyer who doesn't understand how ownership works and thinks that a license that was written on paper by some hipster in a toilet is a cornerstone of morality and ethics. Yes, a neckbeard hipster geek open source license that allows you to sell someone's software just because you left a chord in it is a cornerstone of ethical and morality. Oh yeah, you are stealing the money of a thief by interfering with them selling your own stuff. Logic. Hey, it's fine selling something you didn't build because after all, you used someone else's language to build it. Comparing using a wrench to construct a house with selling someone else's work. Because after all, you use someone else's language to write that book. 1,000,000 words plus 1 word equals derivative work, so now work of the original author is basically devalued. So now you can sell the entire book yourself and devalue the original work. This is what you defend, and there is no respect for that. The only ones who should feel guilty are the ones defending this sort of crap. Let's ignore the opinion of the original author who built a plugin by using someone's language. There is nothing wrong with it. The other guy owns it more than he does and can charge people money for it. You need a language to build art, be it book or a plugin. Nothing in the world in the ultimate sense is built from scratch, but tools are used to build something using resources and being able to own it. Because if everyone understood that problem, that license wouldn't work in its current state. Open source isn't going to die just because someone who infected your plugin with herpes won't be liable to sell it if the original creator doesn't want that. It's just those who were behind that did not go extra way to make sure it works properly. Those who defend GPL's logic are simply trying to find hacks to not admit uncomfortable truth. Crediting the author, adding a change, even a worthless one, and saying derivative work does not churn it into something new. The product is 95 to 100% the original code. You are monetizing that 95 to 100% that someone else made and made money on it. Anyway, the GPL permits this. It doesn't pretend otherwise. It explicitly grants the right to copy, modify, and distribute even commercially, as long as the license terms are met. That includes turning the original work of someone into a complete diarrhea. But really all it is an exploitation of someone's work. You are taking a public free plugin and selling it by using a loophole of a poorly done license. We can call it thievery. At the end of the day, you are monetizing someone's work and exploiting it, even if you are not outright stealing it in a conventional real-life sense. Some time ago, I've ported Mission Improbable into Half-Life 2's workshop. I've added changes into that mod, fixed a bunch of landscape issues, a bunch of bugs from the original mod, and added a soundtrack into a bunch of places. I also haven't slept for 2 days trying to fix mod's issues that arose after porting. Imagine, just because I fixed a bunch of things, just because I added something, I'd sell this whole mod of some other guy myself, then I would justify it that I credited the original author and I spent time on it, and that hey, Half-Life 2 was made by Valve, hey, Steam was made by someone else, hey, this and that, further devaluing the original author. That's why this crumbles. This is what this guy in the comments defends. Yes, we have to believe that a guy who takes someone's plugin, makes it worse, and insults the original plugin poster and sells the plugin for $8 is someone earning some bread to feed their family, isn't 15 years old, and we should defend them. Can't expect much from a boomer website that looks so ancient. Your comment is so bad. Then it devolves into him telling someone to watch Russian propaganda. How sad. MIT license regarding this thing, almost the same situation, because the MIT license allows anyone to take 99.9% of a project, close the source code, and sell it for pure profit. It has enabled massive corporate exploitation of independent creators. Apple took 99% of code, made trillions of dollars, while independent developers who spent years writing that foundational code received $0 in royalties. Microsoft did it, Amazon did it, lots of large corporations did it. After all, this is what those licenses, and especially this one with those spirals, aimed to do since the beginning. Empower the corporations, let some guy from Eastern Europe or Ukraine write some code for those corporations, with them thinking they're doing something cool. A direct exploitation of naive programmers writing free code with MIT license. Make normal people willing slaves who write code for those corporations without having interacted with them. Oh, I'm publishing a code under super free MIT license. I'm fine with a corporation taking my code to make trillions of dollars with it. Some of those programmers probably never realize that they've been completely purposefully owned. Taking someone's GPL book or a code or a plugin, changing one letter and selling it for profit while the original author gets nothing. That's exploitation. And it doesn't matter if it's 99% or 80%. The fact that the license allows it doesn't change what it is. It's using a legal framework to extract value from someone else's labor without fair compensation. And this is exactly what those licenses have been made for. So yeah, this is how the world actually works, kids. But hey, they'll never get it, will they? Ooh, we're very unique, free programmers, willing to freely publish our code to show everyone how professional and smart we are. Oh yeah, about that. The only thing we can do is hope that some budget lawyer from Sharaga defending this farce gets his own MIT licensed GitHub code snatched by Jeffrey Epstein to build $1 trillion human centipede with him in the middle. Hey, he willingly defended it and I guess enjoy it. Anyway, the system is rotten from the inside, the fake speedrunning videos with command changes, stolen content, stolen code, stolen plugins, broken game, toxic community, constant rushers that, by the way, exist because the game is improperly balanced, team killers, rage quitters, leavers who care about nothing but rushing across empty vanilla balance maps, versus toxicity, kicking, list goes on and on. But no one asked for the one truly real and deep, properly balanced adaptive experience. And I'll repeat again, no one really deserved. No one asked for the game to be finished. I took that into my hands. Instead, you prefer playing those mind-numbingly boring vanilla walking simulator in custom campaigns, and then die to high-damage bullet-spongy zombies as soon as the campaign starts, taking any sort of risk. I adapted the balance for nearly any risk you can think of, except extremely bad and prone to failure scripting, but that's a completely separate thing. Let's continue. The adrenaline in the original game is very gimmicky. It lasts for about 15 seconds and only gives you 30 health. In most cases, people just use it as a replacement for pills. I've made adrenaline significantly more useful. By using an adrenaline, and especially using melee weapon while under the effect of the adrenaline, means your melee swings are highly powerful and stumble a tank and a witch. Not only that, but damaging anything replenishes a 15-second adrenaline effect unless you've waited 15 seconds without damaging anything or got pounced on. You are able to use the adrenaline and essentially just fight anything with a melee only. You are able to fight tanks and witches with melee because hits with adrenaline are supposed to be strong. Opposed to being generally limited to primary weapons. The finales where you have to wait are shorter but more intense. They don't last very long, but for a period that they do, they are very meaty. Each waiting finale in official campaigns has a different structure to it. It's no longer just horde, tank, rescue. It's different, and rescue generally arrives during a horde because that makes it more unpredictable. and makes players actually run and fight their way to the rescue, rather than kill a tank and just safely stand next to where rescue is supposed to be. When I said that there was a lot of thought put into it, I meant it. Some campaigns where you have to mindlessly wait for rescue while fighting are considered boring by a lot of people anyway. The Blood Harvest campaign with my balance is highly unique. Because it's a morning campaign, witches are now lore friendly to Left 4 Dead 2 and are wandering around. The campaign is infested with wandering witches.
Ammo here!
And once you get to the very last map, you're approaching a witch hive that is filled with propane tanks, shooting which causes a chain reaction and a vast gradual explosion, both across the small area and the field.
Let's go, guys!
Ah, shit! Helmet! Nope. McIntyre. Hold up! That bitch is ready to pounce. I'm in trouble! Ammo here! Watch yourself. Ready? I'll follow you. Stings like hell, but it ain't gonna kill you. Up and at 'em, soldier. Time to move.
Thanks. I owe you.
Son of a bitch!
I'm really hurt, guys.
The honest-to-God military. Witch! God damn it! Go!
All done with server-sided limitations, so it might not look perfect. Because witches don't insta-kill and are weaker, it is perfectly possible to kill lots of them. Respawns in closets are a few minutes longer than in the original game on Expert, and the lower the difficulty is, the faster the respawn is going to be. That makes defibrillators more useful, and life more important. The vocalizers where you spam random phrases were disabled for immersion purposes. But the plugin for that can be removed. It is done to help the game feel more authentic, because it is a completely different experience from the original, and in many ways more authentic to how organic gameplay of Left 4 Dead is supposed to be. Phrases that are supposed to happen will play normally, appropriately to situations through progression. That way you'd hear dialogues the way they're supposed to be, and in places they're supposed to be.
They're not kidding when they say no lifeguards on duty. Those people sucked at high diving.
As for the entire extreme idea about how Left 4 Dead is a horror, and whether my balance is more or less horror, despite having more enemies and more combat, it actually is more horror than the vanilla game nonetheless. Combat that you're encountering, the situations, the unpredictable director, and the big hordes is significantly more horror than some suspense, which is just an excuse for vanilla Left 4 Dead's technical limitations. It works and the environment is generally more hostile, but on top of that, there is a very large amount of ambience that I added onto the campaigns. You can hear birds and animals in dramatic locations. There are unused ambiences, some soundtracks playing in some locations where they fit.
Will take us straight there.
My director configuration, my balance, and my new director elements make the game fair. No matter the difficulty, my balance is dynamic difficulty. It dynamically adapts to the skill level of the team, and all the speedrunners who rushed a broken Left 4 Dead up until this point would struggle with doing the same thing with this balance. It's not preventing solo rushing through being hardcore, it's taking care of solo rushing by making it undesirable and useless, while rebalancing the entire game to have a more organic team-based progression, where the balance itself is not ultimately harder than the original game, in many ways quite the opposite. The director was always meant to stage the game, regardless of difficulty. Whether it's expert or whatever else, it doesn't matter. I can go on and on about many elements of my rebalance. It is the only impactful rebalance in the history of Left 4 Dead, because all those terrible servers that you normally see are just multipliers by those who don't understand anything about game design. They are either too hardcore or are changing the game way too much. What I did, I changed Left 4 Dead to be even more Left 4 Dead than the original ever tried to be. I've expanded and enhanced and revealed its potential. The replayability is significantly higher and is actually adaptive, not on paper but in practice. It is not perfect, but so is anything. The only way to truly understand it is to play it with a team and learn the new approach to adjust. The only main culprit is that it is not as user-friendly as subscribing in a workshop. This is built on source mod. It is extensions outside of what the game normally has. The local servers in Left 4 Dead have a limited bandwidth. This is made for the dedicated server. It will fail on a local server, and to host a dedicated server, user would have to port forward and actually know how to set it all up the way as intended. This can be downloaded from my GitHub page. If you want to learn more information, read my Steam guide in the description.
I ain't gonna die waiting on salvation. As long as we still got guns, we gonna fight. And if we run out of bullets, baby, they gonna wish we had.
the 4 riders of the goddamn apocalypse. Heads up! That's right. Help! Help! Can't get down! Shoot it! Shoot it!
Oh, hell yes!
Asses on to
Asshat! Sorry. Let's go, let's go.
Ammunition!
Come on, I'm in a hurry. Time for this. Get up.
Thanks.
Sure thing.
Nightstick here.
Help! Help! Thank you. Time to move. Let's go. Sure. Appreciate it, Dave.
Don't stop shooting!
Done like dinner. Well, that was unpleasant.
One of the fine gentlemen will accompany me while I heal. Jesus. Ready for this?
Let's put it behind us. We're good, y'all.
That's right.
We good.
Lights out. Watch out! Molotov! Oh, Alice. Here they come!
Yeah. How many of these cars are you gonna shoot?
Are you shooting cars on purpose?
Hey, turn it off! Turn it off!
You reckon we should move out now?
Look out! Get ready!
The alarm!
Heads up! Got it! You don't have time for this. Get up! Hold up, let me heal. Shoot it! Alright, now I'm back. Hold steady! Tank! Heads up! Over there. Charge it! Look out! Jockey!
Come get me!
Which? Grabbing a shot. Work. Damn it.
Whoa.
Sounds like a wish.
So that's what being dead feels like. In case anyone is wondering, I'm about to die.
Everybody grab a weapon. Work, damn it.
Oh. Dang, I had it away from the light.
Which? Yeah, you go first.
Screw me. I'm not gonna make it. Hey, can y'all cover me? I gotta heal.
Shoot him! Shoot the damn thing!
Well, shit. Too soon. It's not the sewer. Get ready, we got a tank!
Kill, man, kill!
It's just the two of us now. Hey, I need some help. How you feeling? You're okay. All right now. Look, come on, kid, shake it off. Let's get moving. Thanks, man. Jesus. Hold on. Gotta heal.
Never once thought a merry-go-round would...
Charger!
Charger!
You're not through yet, kid.
Watch out for cars! Give me a hand. Can't do this on my own. Give me some help. Keep moving across the bridge.
Boomer sneaking around.
I need some help! Healing!
This crushing the shit out of me!
Shoot it! Shoot!
Got time for this?
Better.
I'm down! Damn! I need some help!
Watch out for charges on these rifles. Come on! Guns right here.
I hear a smoker.
I haven't fought the way I used to die now.
Chargers will mess us up out here, man.
let's go. Screwing around, let's get inside. Nice shot. We made that by the skin of our teeth. Get ready, we got a tank.
Everyone inside.
Bullshit!
Oh, shut up.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle.
Don't get punched off. Hunter!
Shoot the tank!
Nice job with it. Let's go.
That's how we won.
Everybody grab a weapon. Charger. Reloading here. Smoker. Spitter. I got hit by burning goose shit.
Oh, hell yes!
Got him back. Watch out for charges on the ledges.
Don't stop shooting!
Watch out for the hole. Don't let the tank punch you off the bridge.
I'm gonna beat that tank.
Let's fix, let's go. Come on, I'm in a hurry.
So there's that. I win! I am a genius! I play a significantly stronger, exclusive Left 4 Dead, with proper gameplay, while others are rushing through empty maps or playing on terrible servers with inadequate multipliers. Normies won't understand this balance because it requires high IQ. Instead, normies join and rage quit as always, because they see that it's not one of the scrappy low-cheek grade official servers. They quit and get mad that they can't bug out a tank on a ladder to avoid gameplay, which, by the way, was fixed, and bug out a witch. They run to the safe house and see that the witch can actually follow you into the safe house. Wow, how stupid, and rage quit. Bugs can be fun, but you know what's more fun? Having less bugs and actual fun gameplay where core elements themselves define fun, and doing it efficiently. It is no longer a walking or running simulator. It is both. It is both of those things, but primarily a shooter. And not the other way around, like the vanilla game. Learn what good gameplay looks like and how good gameplay works. I fundamentally balanced the game in a way that doesn't rely on bullet sponges or too high of a damage from normal zombies, making the game far less punishing for players working in a team, and somewhat punishing to play on your own, just like the game originally intended, if we were to look at the decisions they've made. Despite all the nerfs to enemies, making them a lot more fair and satisfying to kill, the game requires way more proper decisions and teamwork. Because I balanced it in a cunning and deep way where a set of very proper and careful decisions result into a powerful, fair, team-based experience that you cannot otherwise get to such an extent anywhere in Left 4 Dead. Left 4 Dead was made for this sort of balance, not for whatever the base game is. By changing the balance fundamentally, I only gave it a fix. I made the game a shooter about killing zombies. Shocking, isn't it? If you want to kill zombies, then this gameplay is best for that in mind. Whatever you do in the broken standard game where you play it for anything else but to play the game for its core idea is not Left 4 Dead. Valve did not carry Left 4 Dead, they only carried broken promises and illusions. And the game does not encourage you to play in any other way, quite the opposite. I play the game because I wanna shoot zombies and because I want impactful, meaningful, fun situations that don't happen anywhere else. Unlike whatever we have in the standard game, I play the game for fun. Official server balance, base game balance, everything else along those lines in Valve's outdated take on campaign mode gameplay is a complete contradiction to that. Because this game is bad and does not provide a fun zombie killing experience that it was originally meant to provide. And if you agree with me, I fixed the game and improved it exponentially, rather than try to find ways to cheese the game, to hack around it, to avoid gameplay and break its originally intended gameplay flow that was only done on a gimmicky level with wrong groundwork. That's not gameplay. It is avoidance of thereof. I don't complain about the community breaking something or avoiding gameplay in the original game. No, I criticize the way the game is made and the way it's tilted to rushers and to avoidance of fun combat. It wants you to sit in a corner and click left mouse button. It wants you to sit somewhere high up where zombies can't get you and do almost nothing. It's not the problem of players, it's the problem of Valve not doing better. With today's hardware, it is possible to host that very zombie-killing, zombie-infested, often chill and often intense game that was advertised back in 2008 on your own dedicated server, and this is exactly what I and the modders behind it achieved. Everything that the game had in trailers and teasers was not a representation of the game, but my balance build is just that, and far more. People often praise this balance when I host it and play it with random people. They think it's an old Left 4 Dead, a Left 4 Dead that they remember. My balance makes the vanilla game look like it underwent shrinkification and drop in quality. In reality, this is the first time when the game is finished and is balanced in a way it's exactly really supposed to be. Playing this feels like playing an original. It feels like playing the game for the first time back in 2009. It feels authentic, despite being different. It's more authentic because it does what Left 4 Dead was supposed to do since the very beginning. And you are free to experience a sad and shallow experience that is a vanilla game for as long as you can. It's not my problem. I am very smart and very important. I am very experienced. A very intellectual thinker and understander. I know Left 4 Dead better than anyone. I know Left 4 Dead as a back of my back. I often check in the mirror after giving myself a wedgie. And definitely better than those who treat a casual game competitively. This game is not a gym. Nobody cares about how you play, how you present yourself as this so-called pro who ran across maps with a broken director since 2009 and shot the same enemies for thousands of hours. If this is what you're doing as a YouTuber, then at the end of the day you're only entertaining children. Base game is a joke, comprised of bad ideas, unrevealed potential, players who were conditioned by such bad ideas, and had fundamental understanding of Left 4 Dead's concept completely distorted. Many don't recognize what Valve tried to do, opposed to what they ended up doing and never fixing. If you disagree with this video, then you are a proud fan of Globtastic and think that games with multipliers and bullet sponges for difficulty is good game design. If you're trying to think around facts I presented about the game and not listening or being avoidant of the core problems of Left 4 Dead, and the game being a running, walking simulator, then it would only make you look bad, as I've already crushed all the arguments in advance earlier in the video. If you don't agree with something, I recommend watching this video since the very beginning, for education and instruction, because I'm sure that pretty much any disagreement, or in other words, confusion, can be answered with the exact same words I used in this video. This is how misconceptions are being challenged and broken. If you're experiencing denial or any side effects from watching this video, remember that this is a temporary feeling and the first part of the acceptance process. Thank you for fast forwarding to the end of the video. Thanks to an array of modders who were behind the plugins and me for developing the most adaptive systems that Left 4 Dead ever had at the time of writing, such an improvement to the game is possible.